Chapter 329. Shang Xianci used all her funds to buy these 3 gu? In the study room, Shang Yifan held a document in his hand. This document was from his mother's side. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had a huge force and many eyes and ears. Rank 1 dog enslavement gu, Rank 2 paper crane gu, and Rank 1 exploding egg gu. What is the use of buying these gu? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not think of anything. I heard that Shang Xianci entrusted the 100,000 gu to Fangjing. Although Fangjing has great battle strength, he has not been rumored to have any talent in business management. By buying them like this, he will only be wasting his time and damage his own strength. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had also trained his talent in business management and had a deep understanding of the market. According to common sense, any experienced businessman would not choose to spend such a large sum of money to purchase gu worms, because this investment had no prospects of returns. But as Shang Yifan thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that he had missed out on something, as if behind this crazy act of buying gu worms was the other party's scheme. At this time, the old butler reported from outside. "Young master, something big happened. I need to report to you." "Oh, old Zhang, please come in." Shang Yifan quickly called him in. This steward Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation. He was independent and had rich experience. Naturally, he could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had instructed him to treat Steward Zhang with respect and to seek his guidance. Steward Zhang walked in with a solemn expression. "Young Master Yifan, something is wrong. From the latest news from Sancha Mountain, someone has already found the correct method to enter the inheritance." Although the 3 kings' inheritance had appeared earlier, yellow, blue, and red pillars of light shot to the sky. The 3 kings' inheritance had its own mysteries. No one could enter it. Over these days, many talented people had searched crazily, and the method to enter the 3 kings' inheritance had already been found. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed great interest. "Oh, enter the 3 kings' inheritance. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes involuntarily stared at the report. A possibility occurred to him, and he rose from his seat involuntarily. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly. It seems young Master Yifan has already guessed it. Indeed, to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, 3 gu were needed. To enter King Quan inheritance, the gu master needed to have at least rank 1 dog enslavement gu. To enter King Xian inheritance in the blue light pillar, the gu master needed to possess a paper crane gu. If you want to enter King Bao's inheritance in the red light pillar, you must have at least 1 exploding egg gu. How could this be? Shang Yifan cried out. He sat down on the chair, his face dejected. He finally understood. This was the reason why Fang Bai wanted to buy these 3 gu in bulk. Presently, the news of the 3 kings' inheritance had already spread throughout the entire southern border. 3 rank 5 gu master inheritances appeared together. It was unknown how many people were itching to get a piece of the action. But to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, one must have at least 1 of the 3 gu. But now, these 3 gu in Shangclan City. Most of them were in Shang Xianci's hands. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine it. Their business of selling gu worms would become extremely popular. Shang Yifan was not an idiot. In fact, he was very smart, at least more astute than Shang Yizi. Where did they get this information from? They are so accurate. No, it is not important to investigate the source of the information now. The important thing is, how can I stop them? Shang Yifan's eyes shone with a dark light as he thought hard. After a long while, his face showed dejection and helplessness. There was no other way. Shang Xianci had done it cleanly. This was a very ordinary and normal investment, but with the help of the 3 kings' inheritance, it was very outstanding. Although Shang Xianci had used more than 100,000 yuan stone to purchase the gu, this was not against the clan rules, it was just taking the edge. As long as the yuan stone was earned, it was only 100,000 yuan stone. There was nothing wrong with it. If Shang Yifan wanted to use this to cause trouble, he did not have the confidence to do so. Because he was also taking the edge, He borrowed the influence of his mother's clan, for example, Stewardjong. Strictly speaking, he was taking the edge more ruthlessly than Shang Xi and Ci. Young Master Ifan, this time, the other party has the most accurate information. After this, their capital will increase by at least 3 times. We cannot find any evidence against them. We cannot use underhanded methods. We need to hurry and do our own business. With Madam's connections in Shangclan City, 3 months later, young master will have at least 600,000. You still have a chance of winning. Steward Zhang explained. That is all we can do. Shang Yifan let out a breath of turbid air, but there was still a lingering worry in his heart. The competition for the young master position had just started, but the other party gave him such a surprise. He really didn't know what kind of tricks they would come up with next. Shang Yifan, who was full of confidence, started to feel hesitant. 3 kings, they were King Quan, King Xian, and King Bao. Their origins could be traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang clan. Wang clan was seized by their mortal enemy Wu clan and exterminated, but unexpectedly, 3 Wang clan children were left behind. These 3 children were 2 boys and 1 girl. The oldest was only 8 years old, and he would be the future Dog King. The youngest was 5 years old, King Bao. The girl was the future King Xian. She was 6 years old at that time. Wu clan was busy annexing and digesting everything in Wang clan. What were these 3 little children? They were not even Gu masters, thus they did not care. They casually gave a kill order and ignored the 3 of them. The person chasing them was also a lazy person. He killed the 3 children and impersonated them to complete his mission. The 3 Wang clan orphans were lucky to survive. They went through hardships and trials, barely making ends meet, surviving with difficulty. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred towards Wu clan deepened. But after Wu clan annexed Wang clan, their strength swelled and they became a large clan with 3 famed mountains. After these years of operation, their forces were deeply rooted in the area. The 3 Wang clan orphans did not even have the chance to awaken their aperture. To deal with Wu clan and take revenge, it was simply a fantasy. But the mysteries of the world lie in the unpredictable changes of fate. You never know what fate awaits you in the next moment. One time, while risking their lives to gather herbs in the mountains to make a living, the 3 kings were accidentally drawn into an ancient inheritance. This inheritance was no small matter. It was left behind by a mysterious rank 6 Gu immortal. Thus, the 3 kings' fates changed. They each inherited a portion of the rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance. They worked hard and cultivated for close to 100 years. The 3 encouraged each other and worked hard together. When they cultivated to rank 5 realm, they felt the time was ripe. They left the inheritance ground and rushed to Wu clan to take revenge. At that time, Wu clan was at its peak, developing vigorously. The 3 kings did not use any schemes or plots. They directly attacked their clan. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 Gu master, but how could he fight against 3 rank 5 Gu masters working together? Especially these 3 rank 5 Gu masters, they had all inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan controlled the dog group that covered the entire mountain. With a wave of his hand, it was a majestic army. The dog group was like a vast river, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xian was agile, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He attacked Wu clan's higher-ups, causing the group to be leaderless and chaotic. And King Bao was ferocious. He did not make a move, but once he did, it would shake heaven and earth, causing landslides and rocks to split. The Wu family, which had been strong for a while, was annihilated by the 3 kings within 3 days. On the 3 mountains, the spirit springs were destroyed. Corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed on the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Wu clan was completely uprooted, and the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to pay such a price in order to avenge themselves. After getting their revenge, the 3 kings felt that life was dull and boring. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan. No matter how strong a clan was, it could not resist a true expert. They lived in seclusion and did not come out again. Like 3 meteors, they shone brightly and caused a huge commotion in southern border. Then they retreated, vanishing without a trace. No one knew about the 3 kings after that. Until recently, their inheritance suddenly appeared in the world. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement goo. With it, he can control myriad beast kings and command beast groups to conquer the world. King Xin is an expert in goo refinement. She developed a set of special goo worms from the ordinary rank 2 paper crane goo, allowing her to easily steal information. Because of her, King Quan and King Bao knew about the loophole in Wu clan village's defenses. The 3 kings were able to exterminate Wu clan village because of her contributions. There is also King Bao. He has a fiery temper. Every time he attacks, there will be earth-shaking explosions. His power is fierce and domineering. If you can obtain his inheritance, you will be able to move unhindered in the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances. Obtaining 1 will allow you to soar to the sky. Obtaining 2 will allow you to leave your name in history, and obtaining 3 will allow you to achieve great ambitions. This is a huge opportunity. I won't be satisfied if I don't work hard. I need to get there as soon as possible, otherwise if I am late and others take it away, I will regret it for life. As the 3 kings' inheritance method spread, countless people in Shang Clan City became excited. I want to buy exploding egg goo. I want paper crane goo. I want dog enslavement goo, paper crane goo, and exploding egg goo. What? Why are these goo so expensive? The price is 3 times higher than before. TSK, if you don't have money, go away. There are many people who want to buy it. Damn it. I will buy it. I will buy it too. I must buy it. Chapter 330. In just 10 days, we earned 20,000 a day on average. In 10 days, the 100,000 yuan stone in our hands has tripled to 300,000. Shang Xinci was surprised and happy as she looked at the account book in her hand. In the competition for the young master position, Shang Xinci's capital of 100,000 had tripled in just 10 days, and she was leading the group. 300,000 was only the capital of the young master position. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had also invested a lot of money, and were now earning a lot. 1 primeval elder goo in Fang Yuan's hands was no longer enough, so he added 2 new ones. His assets had already risen to over 2,400,000. Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot. Shang Xinci's 2 servants, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, looked at Fang Yuan with an indescribable light in their eyes. They knew that this was all because of Fang Yuan that they could have such a good result. A good start was half the battle. The 2 servants were originally doubtful of Shang Xinci's competition for the young master position, but this matter gave them much more confidence. But how did Fang Yuan know about the 3 kings' inheritances information? Bai Ningbing sat at the side, feeling puzzled. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to speculate, hoard, and earn a lot was because of this information. Could it be that Fang Yuan knew the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance? Or did he have a mysterious source of information? No matter which it was, it showed that Fang Yuan was not simple. Although Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot, she felt a sense of pressure in her heart. She had interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, and she found that unknowingly, Fang Yuan would bring her some surprises. Fang Yuan did not look mysterious on the surface, but in fact, he was shrouded in a layer of dense fog. It was because she had interacted with Fang Yuan day and night that she could understand this feeling, and understand how unfathomable Fang Yuan was. Brother He too, thank you. With these 300,000, I will be able to carry out my plan better. Shang Xinci said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Xinci, your idea is very good. However, it is still very difficult to implement it. He continued. Doing information business in the battle stage is different from hoarding goo worms. This time, it was too sudden. Your competitors couldn't react in time. More importantly, Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shop, had already stepped down. The shop was managed by the Shang clan. There was no personal will. Even if the others wanted to, they couldn't interfere and could only watch. But it's different if you're in the intelligence business. To carry out this business, the material requirements were not high, but a large amount of manpower was needed. At the same time, he also needed the help of various connections. Otherwise, they would be suppressed and destroyed by their competitors. Our foundation is shallow, so we can't act rashly. Once he made his move, he had to succeed. Therefore, we need to make more preparations. Shang Xinc's expression turned solemn as she nodded. Brother He Tu, you are right. But I haven't been in Shang Clan City for long. I only have Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan with me. As for connections, I don't even have them. Xiao Dai was a personal servant she brought to Shang Clan City. She was very loyal and was being nurtured by Shang Xinci to become a Gu master. Her aptitude was pretty good, having B-grade cultivation. As for Xiao Lan, she was sent to Shang Xinci by Shang Yanfei. She was a rank 3 healing Gu master and was trustworthy. Feng Yuan chuckled. Xinci, don't look down on yourself. Just the battle stages Shang-Chi when alone has a good relationship with you. We are both women. We can get along well. At the same time, the information business will also boost her sales. I'm sure she won't object. Shang Xinci estimated. Xinci, I said I would help you ascend to the young master position. I naturally have a plan and a chance of success. You don't need to worry too much. As long as you do as I say, you will have a high chance of ascending to the young master position. Feng Yuan consoled. I will listen to Brother He Tu's instructions. Shang Xinci smiled and answered without hesitation. Feng Yuan sat on the chair, looking like a strategist, giving Shang Xinci a sense of security. Xinci, the first thing you need to do is to recruit people. You want to do the information business, you need a large number of loyal subordinates. But before that, you need a manager. This manager needs to have at least rank 3 cultivation, be able to take charge, and have rich experience in managing goods. I have already found a person for you. His name is Zhou Quan. He is a shopkeeper under Shang Yizi. Feng Yuan continued to guide Shang Xinci. Shang Xinc's expression was slightly troubled. Zhou Quan, I know this person, but he is a rank 3 Gu master. He has an arrogant nature and is very lofty. He was once the Zhou clan leader, having rank 4 cultivation, but Zhou clan had internal strife and was slaughtered by demonic Gu masters. He luckily escaped but suffered heavy injuries. Right now, his cultivation is only rank 3 upper stage. The shop he is in charge of has the best sales among all the shops. But even Shang Yizi could not obtain his loyalty. Such a person, I'm afraid I cannot. Feng Yuan waved his hand and laughed. How would you know if you don't try? Xinci, you need to be confident. Trust me, you have a charisma that is different from others. In the future, many people will willingly submit to you and work for you. Zhou Quan is a very difficult target. You might not succeed. But as long as you show your sincerity and work hard, you will reap rewards. Yes, Brother He Tu, I will work hard. Shang Xinci clenched her fist. Feng Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Not long after Shang Xinci left, Wei Yang arrived at Nanshou Garden. Feng Yuan received him at the lakeside pavilion. Brother Wei, I already know why you are here. Please take a seat. Saying so, Feng Yuan poured a cup of tea for Wei Yang. Wei Yang laughed. Brother Fengjing, you are very intelligent, then please tell me more. Feng Yuan used the 3 kings' inheritance to hoard and speculate. It was all because he knew about the 3 kings' inheritance in advance. Shang Yanfei was not an idiot. He immediately understood that Feng Yuan had information that was ahead of time. The 3 kings' inheritance was the most important matter in the last 50 to 60 years of southern border. It had already affected the whole of southern border, attracting the close attention of many forces. Most forces could not help because of the mountains in southern border. It was vast and deep, with dangers lurking everywhere, thus they could not help. But many clans, as long as they could, sent out their own forces. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters, even the super clan Shang clan could not help but be moved. I got my information from the White Bone Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the 3 kings' inheritance ground and obtained some information. In fact, the inheritance land of the 3 kings is the blessed land of the olden antiquity Gu master that they accidentally discovered. Feng Yuan spoke half-truth and half-lies. Naturally, his information did not come from White Bone Mountain. But the news of the blessed land was real. He had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land? Hearing this, Wei Yang's eyes shone brightly. Blessed land, was a place of fortune. The place where Gu masters lived after becoming immortals. Inside the blessed land, the scenery was picturesque, the weather was unique, and there were large amounts of treasures. The primeval energy inside was at least 10 times that of the outside world, extremely abundant. A blessed land was an independent small world, a paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. It was ruled by a Gu immortal, and living inside could bring happiness and peace. Brother Fangjing, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became hurried. He had no choice but to take this seriously. Rank 5 Gu Masters were all mortals, rank 6 Gu immortals. Between rank 5 and rank 6, there was a huge qualitative change. The difference was like heaven and earth. 3 rank 5 Gu Master inheritances could only attract Shang Clan's interest. But if it involved a rank 6 Gu Immortal's inheritance, then all the super clans in southern border would rush over. The value of a rank 6 Gu Immortal's inheritance was too great. It was so great that even rank 6 Gu Immortals who lived in seclusion would appear one after another. Fang Yuan smiled. I don't know the details, but Grey Bone scholars will recorded this. He was not afraid of revealing this information in advance. There would be negative effects. According to his previous life's memories, in a few days, people would come to a common understanding. Not long after, Shang Clan would also know of this, so he might as well tell Wei Yang in advance to gain trust. Brother Wei, don't be too excited. Although this is a blessed land left behind by a rank 6 Gu Immortal, it has already decayed. Right now, it is on the brink of collapse. Back then, this blessed land was already taken by the 3 kings. The resources and treasures were almost all dug out. Right now, the 3 kings are relying on this blessed land to build their inheritance. The blessed land is unable to bear the burden. One day, it will be completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. Fang Yuan said slowly. Oh, is that so? Wei Yang blinked his eyes, thoughts moving intensely in his mind. These are the records in Grey Bone Scholar's will. Unfortunately, to ensure my safety, I destroyed it. I cannot show it to you. Fang Yuan smiled. Brother, this is too important. It is not that I don't trust you, but I need to report this to Lord Clan Leader and let him decide. Wei Yang said solemnly. Fang Yuan expressed his understanding. If Shang Clan wants to send an exploration team, I have some information here. Maybe it can help. Fang Yuan had some understanding of the 3 kings' inheritance. Haha, in that case, I will not let you suffer a loss. Name a price. Wei Yang was in charge of Fengyu Manor. He was in charge of information. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave 400,000. Wei Yang frowned. This concerns a rank 6 Gu Immortal's inheritance. 400,000 is a bit low. But the information is not confirmed yet. I will give you 400,000 first. After some time, I will evaluate it. Brother, don't worry, with Brother Wei here, you will not suffer a loss. With Brother Wei here, I can be at ease. Fang Yuan smiled. After Shang Yanfei received this information, he placed great importance on it and immediately sent 3 teams to Sancha Mountain. Each team had at least 3 elders. They had great strength. A few days later, Fang Yuan received another payment from Wei Yang regarding the information. The information he provided was a great help to Shang Clan's team. They prevented many casualties. After Fang Yuan received this payment, he went to find Li Ran. Li Ran was a spy planted by Wu Clan and Shang Clan. He was currently in 3rd inner-city battle stage. His identity was confidential. Other than Fang Yuan, almost no one knew about him. I have information regarding the 3 kings' inheritance. I believe your Wu Clan will be interested. Fang Yuan secretly met with Li Ran and went straight to the point. Chapter 331. Time passed day by day. Around the 3 kings' inheritance, Sancha Mountain was in a turbulent state. Many heroes of the evil Tao, people of the righteous Tao, and people of all religions and 9 schools of thought rushed over. At first, Shang Clan controlled the situation, continuously increasing their troops and occupying the entrance of the inheritance, showing their determination to obtain the inheritance. Next, Wu Clan moved and broke Shang Clan's blockade. After that, the news spread. 3 kings' inheritance was the blessed land of the rank 6 Gu Immortal back then. The people were in an uproar and countless people flocked towards Sancha Mountain. The other super clans were also alarmed and sent out their strongest Gu Master teams. This time, Even Shang clan and Wu clan could not stop this huge trend. Sancha Mountain's situation fell into chaos. People died every day. In order to fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, righteous and demonic path people, and righteous path people fought fiercely. Every change in Sancha Mountain's situation affected many people's hearts. Feng Yuan had also been paying close attention to this. The inheritance had opened for more than half a month. Some people had already obtained benefits from the inheritance. This stimulated everyone's passion to explore the inheritance. But these benefits were nothing to Feng Yuan. He had his previous life's memories and knew that the true essence of Three Kings' inheritance was in the deepest part of the inheritance. To reach there were at least 100 checkpoints, and it took a lot of time and effort. Sometimes, they would get lost and get trapped in the fog, unable to find the exit. Sometimes, they would be attacked by dog groups, and many Gu masters would die tragically under the dogs' bites. The Three Kings were demonic path people, and this was a demonic path inheritance. Demonic path inheritances were always filled with danger. They often had to risk their lives to explore it. It is still too early to go to Sancha Mountain. The time is not ripe yet. I might as well sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor while conserving my energy. Once they get through the checkpoints and get rid of the obstacles, I will go and plunder the fruits. Now, it is time to refine Gu. Feng Yuan had a plan in his heart. He was refining Gu this time. Not anything else but liquor worm. Rank 1 liquor worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm could purify golden yellow primeval essence by a small realm. Above 9 eyes liquor worm, there was no rank 5 liquor worm. Back then, the secret recipe master who researched the secret recipe of the liquor worm was extremely talented and very young. However, he was beheaded by his opponent in advance and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented one possibility. There were many cases of geniuses being killed before they could mature. But now, Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing could be considered to have matured. It would not be easy to destroy them. After Feng Yuan had refined the liquor worm into the 4 flavors liquor worm, he had not used it. He had been raising it for nothing. The reason was that he had the bone-flesh unity Gu, and with Bai Ningbing's help, the 4 flavor liquor worm lost its value. But things were different now. Bai Ningbing had advanced to rank 4 while Feng Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. Not long later, he would also advance to rank 4 initial stage. At that time, their cultivation bases would truly be equal. Bone-flesh unity Gu's help to Feng Yuan would be greatly reduced. At this time, if there was a rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm, it would be very convenient to cultivate. Refine 9 eyes liquor worm. While Shang Xinci was recruiting Zhou Quan, Feng Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine Gu. Bai Ningbing did not know what Gu to refine, but also chose to go into closed-door cultivation. To refine the 4 flavor liquor worm, there needed to be 2 rank 1 liquor worms, as well as 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wine. To refine the 7 fragrances liquor worm, there needed to be 2 4 flavor liquor worm and 7 types of spices. To refine the 9 eyes liquor worm, there needed to be 2 7 fragrances liquor worm and 9 types of 100 Beast King's eyeballs. Feng Yuan was currently in Shang Clan City, which was blessed by the heavens. If it was any other place, to gather the materials to refine liquor worm, he would need to spend a lot of effort searching. But in Shang Clan City, as long as he had money, he could buy them. Feng Yuan already had a 4 flavor liquor worm in his possession. He bought 2 liquor worms, and first refined the second 4 flavor liquor worm. Next, he used 2 4 flavor liquor worm to refine the first 7 fragrances liquor worm. Up to this point, he was very successful. But in the process of refining the second 7 fragrances liquor worm, he met with difficulties. When he was refining the third 4 flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, he failed once. The yuan stone consumed was all wasted, and the supplementary materials had to be bought again. So he had no choice but to start again. Fortunately, in the end, the refinement of the 2 7 fragrances liquor worms went smoothly. 3 days later, Feng Yuan obtained the 9 eyes liquor worm. The nine-eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm. Its whole body was white and exquisite like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but the 9 eyes were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, as if they were inlaid with agates or gems. 9 eyes liquor worm could raise the yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. For it, Feng Yuan spent a lot, close to 200,000 yuan stone. Failure in Gu refinement was unavoidable for any Gu master. Although Feng Yuan failed many times, his luck was good overall. His failures were concentrated in the process of refining the 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm in the first half of the process. At the final juncture, he succeeded in one go. The most frightening thing in Gu refinement was failure in the later stages. That kind of loss would be extremely disastrous. I have 9 eyes liquor worm now. Feng Yuan looked at it for a while, before putting the liquor worm into his aperture in satisfaction. He was only rank 3 peak stage now, so he could not use the 9 eyes liquor worm yet, and could only wait until he reached rank 4. Bai Ningbing could use it. But gold middle stage, primeval essence had a stronger effect on the nourishment of the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark eye soul physique, and according to her, her aptitude had already risen to 96%. The 9 eyes liquor worm, however, had more disadvantages than advantages to her. When I reach rank 4 initial stage and use this 9 eyes liquor worm, I will have gold middle stage primeval essence. At that time, I will surpass Bai Ningbing in terms of primeval essence for the first time. Feng Yuan felt that he was not far from rank 4 realm. Although he had signed the alliance agreement, he had never forgotten the hidden danger of Bai Ningbing. Days passed, and after Kong Ri Tian, another big shot of the demonic path appeared on Sancha Mountain. He was Long Qing Tian, the one who dyed the blue sky, a famous figure in the poison path. The moment he appeared, he poisoned 3 Shang clan elders to death, causing the demonic path's morale to soar. Fortunately, 2 days later, Wu clan sent out rank 4 elder Wu Tongshun to resist Long Qing Tian. The situation on Sancha Mountain returned to a balance point once again. As for Shang Xinci, she met with a setback in recruiting Zhou Quan, and her progress was slow. Zhou Quan was arrogant, his attitude did not soften, and his tone did not seem to leave any room for discussion. After Feng Yuan successfully refined the 9 eyes liquor worm, he had been cultivating diligently. Because Bai Ningbing was constantly providing him with yellow gold primeval essence, Feng Yuan was getting closer and closer to rank 4 realm. But these days, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster, and the pressure on the rank 3 aperture was getting more obvious. On this day, Shang Clan City welcomed the auspicious market festival. This was Shang Clan's traditional festival to commemorate the first time the ancestor of Shang Clan set up a stall 1,000 years ago. Shang Clan's ancestor was a legendary figure. He was originally immortal, living a poor life, and set up a stall to make a living. In the end, in a certain transaction, he accidentally obtained a Gu Master's inheritance token. Relying on this token, he inherited the inheritance and stepped into a new world in his life. Step by step, he advanced steadily, and his forces and wealth continued to grow, finally establishing Shang Clan City. On this day, Shang Clan City's inner and outer city was decorated with lanterns, and all the large shops, brothels, restaurants, and so on were closed. People were in high spirits, happily walking to the streets and setting up stalls. Men, women, old and young were immersed in the lively atmosphere of the festival, treating this day's business as an interesting competitive game. But the joyous atmosphere of the festival did not seem to affect Shang Xinci. The young girl sat in front of her desk, her brows slightly furrowed as she stared at the invitation cards on the table, feeling melancholy. These invitations were from the 9 young masters. During the auspicious market festival, the young masters would hold a grand banquet to reward their meritorious subordinates and invite people from all over. Brother He too, what do you think I should do? Shang Xinci felt troubled and subconsciously asked Feng Yuan. Xinci, we tripled our investment this time and are one of the hottest contenders for the position of young master. They will definitely invite you. Feng Yuan smiled, continuing, but we can only choose one of the 9 invitations. On the surface, this is a joyous banquet, but it is actually a political choice. Fang Yuan spoke of the deep political meaning behind the invitation cards. Shang clan only had 10 young masters, and among the 10 young masters, there were alliances and also internal conflicts. Shang Xinci was competing for the position of young master and was one of the 2 hottest contenders. The other 9 young masters naturally paid close attention to her. Shang Xinci had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. In the pugilistic world, one had no choice. As a higher-up of Shang clan, one could not avoid being dragged into the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Qi-wen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of the battle stage. It will be of great help to our future plans. Shang Xinci said. Fang Yuan shook his head. On the surface, there are 9 invitations, but that is not the case. Among the Shang clan young masters, the biggest faction is Shang Qionyou. His status as the eldest son is his greatest advantage. Second is Shang Pulao, Shang Baishi, and Shang Baishi. They are currently in the limelight. Third is Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fuxi. They are waiting patiently. As for the rest, Shang Qiwen has no ambition, and Shang Paixio is too playful. Xinci, your foundation in Shang Clan City is too weak. If you want to choose one of the top 3. That way, you can make up for your weakness. As for Shang Qiwen, there is no difference if you choose her or not. Is that so? Shang Xinci's eyes brightened when she heard this. Fang Yuan's words made her feel like the clouds had parted, and she could see the clear sky. Her previous bewilderment was swept away. She thought for a while and made her choice. She chose the 3rd faction, Shang Chaofeng's invitation. Right now, among the 3 great sects, the 1st and 2nd faction are competing with each other. If I choose one, I will definitely offend the other. I might as well choose the 3rd faction and join this whirlpool, but I can stay out of it for now. Shang Xinci explained to Fang Yuan. Shang Xinci was intelligent and understood immediately. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was gratified, but also had a slightly strange feeling. Chapter 332. Here, let me toast Big Brother. Shang Yifan stood up and bowed, raising his wine cup with a smile on his face. Right now, the hall was brightly lit. People were singing and dancing, and music was playing. Everyone was toasting each other. The atmosphere was intense. Good. Shang Qionyou sat on the main seat, raising his wine cup towards Shang Yifan and drinking it. A strategist spoke for him. Young Master Yifan, it is a wise decision for you to attend young Master Qionyou's banquet. Don't worry, our young master will not mistreat you. Big Brother Qionyou has always been my role model. Actually, I have always wanted to get closer to you and learn from you. Shang Yifan smiled. Shang Qionyou was the number 1 faction among the current young masters, and Shang Yifan's mother's tribe had deep ties with him. If Shang Xinci chose Shang Qionyou's side, she would be ostracized by Shang Yifan. However, Shang Qionyou had already sent an invitation to Shang Xinci. If Shang Xinci came, he would definitely welcome her. Why? Because Shang Xinci had Fang and Bai, 2 rank 4 battle strength experts. This was something none of the other young masters had. Many people were envious and jealous of this. Young master, I have found out that Shang Xinci went. At this time, a Gu master entered and whispered to Shang Qionyou. Shang Qionyou's gaze dimmed as he heard this. Shang Yifan had been observing the situation carefully, thinking, it seems Shang Xinci did not choose this side. Could it be Shang Pulao's faction? Shang Qionyou's face was already well trained. He did not show any emotions on his face. His expression did not change. Shang Yifan could only guess and not see any clues. But not long after, Shang Yifan also received the news. Shang Xinci had taken the invitation and attended Shang Chaofeng's banquet. This meant she chose Shang Chaofeng's faction. The moment he received this news, Shang Yifan was secretly happy. Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fuxi might be the 3rd largest faction, but they are suppressed. How can they be Big Brother Qionyou's match? I have a higher chance of winning this time's young master position. However, old butler Zhang shook his head and said with a grave expression, Young Master Qionyou and young Master Pu Lao's factions are locked in a stalemate. Young Master wants to borrow Young Master Chionyo's strength to deal with Shang Xinci, but I'm afraid it's not possible. At such an intense moment, it is impossible for Young Master Chionyo to make another enemy. Shang Xinci's choice this time was rather ingenious. She avoided the whirlpool and temporarily watched from the sidelines. By the time the two sects have decided who is stronger, the competition for the position of Young Lord will also be over. Shang Xinci has 2 rank 4 battle strengths. No matter which sect she joins, she will be recruited and become an ally. Young Master Shang Chaofeng will definitely support her. Old Steward Zhang analyzed the situation calmly and incisively. In other words, even if I join Shang Chionyo's faction, I still can't deal with Shang Xinci? Shang Yifan's expression turned ugly. I can only say that we cannot borrow Shang Chionyo's strength. Old Manager Zhang stroked his white beard. However, Shang Xinci has many problems. Most importantly, he still lacked competent manpower. I heard that recently, she has been trying to recruit Zhou Quan. How is that possible? Steward Zhang sneered, continuing. Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He is proud and arrogant, and is 10 times more talented than me. How could he attach himself to a little girl who was still wet behind the ears like her? I have already secretly made a move and created a large amount of rumors. Zhou Quan's extremely prideful face has already blocked his path. Shang Xinci originally only wanted to recruit Zhou Quan secretly. If she fails this time, she will lose her prestige and become a laughing stock in Shang Clan City. Hee. Saying so, Steward Zhang laughed sinisterly. Shang Chaofeng's study room was decorated simply. There was a large square stone table and high-backed stone chairs, giving off a rough and sturdy aura. While Shang Yifan and Old Manager Zhang were conversing secretly, Shang Chaofeng, Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing were also discussing something. The conversation had been going on for some time. In truth, Shang Chaofeng was slightly surprised that Shang Xinci took the initiative to join him. He had thought that Shang Xinci would join Shang Chionyo or Shang Pulao. His faction was only the 3rd faction, currently lying dormant and accumulating strength. Normally, they were very low profile and would choose to give way to many problems and conflicts. But to think that they would gain Shang Xinci's favor. Shang Xinci's cultivation was only rank 2, her aptitude was even worse, and her faction foundation in Shang Clan City was almost 0. But she had Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to rely on. These were 2 rank 4 battle strengths. Even when Shang Yinfei was a young master, he did not have such capable subordinates. To have 2 such powerful generals, no young master would not be envious. Shang Chaofeng naturally also secretly sighed at Shang Xinci's good luck. Now, as long as he recruited Shang Xinci, he could indirectly obtain Fang and Bai's help. This was an irresistible temptation to Shang Chaofeng. The atmosphere in the study room was harmonious. In the conversation earlier, Shang Chaofeng had already sincerely expressed his intention to fully support Shang Xinci's ascension. Sister Xinci, you have already earned 300,000 primeval stones by selling the goo worms you bought earlier. You can be said to be at the top, but just this 300,000 is far from enough. What plans do you have for the future? Shang Chaofeng added. Tell me, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will give you the greatest help. Shang Xinci and Fang Yuan glanced at each other, and Fang Yuan nodded at her. Shang Xinci said honestly, I won't hide it from Brother Chaofeng. I want to do information business. Information business? Shang Chaofeng could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yes. Shang Xinci explained her plan in detail. But after Shang Chaofeng heard it, his expression changed and he shook his head. You want to do information business in the battle stage? Not appropriate, not appropriate. He said not appropriate twice in a row, disapproving of Shang Xinci's plan. Oh, what is inappropriate? Please enlighten me, Brother Chaofeng. Shang Xinci said sincerely. Xinci, I advise you to change this plan. You have just arrived, so it is understandable that you are not clear. It is better not to touch the battle stage. Shang Chaofeng sighed and continued. Shang Clan City's battle stage is different from all the other clans' battle stages in the southern border. Here, demonic Gu masters can become external elders of our Shang clan. This is our Shang clan's unique policy. These years, we have absorbed many talents. Among the 5 great elders of the current Shang clan higher-ups, 3 of them are external elders. However, this policy has its advantages and disadvantages. The greater the benefits, the higher the risk of disadvantages. External elders are Shang clan higher-ups, and if we invite a wolf into the house, it would be a huge disaster for our Shang clan. Demonic Gu masters are demonic Gu masters after all. Even if they turn over a new leaf, their loyalty is still questionable. At the same time, other than demonic Gu masters, there are also those righteous sects with ulterior motives. Thus, Shang clan's battle stage is the place that Shang clan higher-ups pay the most attention to. Once, there was a young master who suddenly had the idea to use his blade in the battle stage and opened a casino. In the end, the casino only opened for 2 days, and he earned 500,000 yuan stone. But on the 3rd day, the casino was sealed, and the young master was demoted and exiled. The battle stage cannot be touched carelessly. This example is the best warning. Shang Chaofeng revealed a secret. This secret was unknown to Feng Yuan, by Ningbing and Shang Xinci. Although Feng Yuan had rebirth memories, it involved Shang clan's internal affairs, and such a small and secretive historical event that happened suddenly and ended quickly, it was not strange that he did not know. The battle stage was a forbidden area. Back then, a young master touched this place, and not only did he lose his young master position, he was also exiled by the clan. Now, Shang Xinci was not a young master yet, but she had the idea of the battle stage. In Shang Chaofeng's opinion, this was truly the ignorant being fearless. Xinci, your plan is a different path. It is a good idea. If it succeeds, you will definitely be making money every day. But this possibility is too small. Don't take your future as a joke. I will be in charge of the Gu battle stage, and your brother Shursan will be in charge of the auction house. You can take care of these aspects. With our help, you will definitely be able to compete with that Shang Yifan. Shang Chaofeng advised gently. Shang Xinci was silent. Bai Ningbing frowned. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He opened his mouth to speak, but after glancing at Shang Xinci, he changed his mind and swallowed the words in his mouth. At once, the atmosphere in the study room became heavy. After a long while, Shang Xinci suddenly smiled after thinking intensely. Big brother Chaofeng, regarding the battle stage, my point of view is different from yours. This matter is very possible. Oh? Shang Chaofeng frowned, staring at Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci felt the pressure from Shang Chaofeng's gaze, but instead smiled like a flower, showing her confidence. She continued, the previous young master failed to open a casino. He was simply a moth flying into a flame, courting his own death. He was exiled by the clan, but our Shang clan is merciful. Why? In the study room, only Shang Xinci's gentle voice could be heard speaking. Just like Big Brother Chaofeng said, our Shang clan's battle stage is of utmost importance, a place that all the higher-ups are extremely vigilant about. Opening a casino in the battle stage, for huge profits, can easily create a mastermind behind the scenes, secretly manipulating the results of the battle stage. To Shang clan, this is a huge destruction to the external elder policy. The casino seems to have high profits, but to Shang clan's battle stage, it is a huge parasite. Sacrificing Shang clan's benefits to feed themselves. They must be removed to allow the battle stage to continue growing. Shang Chaofeng nodded continuously. Shang Xinci's words were incisive and had a kind of temperament that made people involuntarily believe her. But the nature of my information business is completely different from the casino. I know Shang clan's largest information organization, Fengyu Manor, has been investigating these demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. We need to investigate clearly to confirm if they have any ulterior motives. However, these investigations had always been carried out in secret, never in broad daylight. Why? Hee. This is because most of the demonic Gu masters are filled with distrust, suspicion, and even paranoia. They live in precarious situations all year round, with their lives hanging by a thread. They cannot relax for even a moment. The mental pressure is too great. If they go to Shang Clan City, they will be investigated, they will definitely feel disgusted and disgusted. To ensure they can attract more and better talents, Shang clan naturally cannot investigate openly. But not investigating is also impossible, and I can't be at ease. In this situation, I do information business. I investigate every Gu Master's general strength, Gu worms, battle achievements, and sell them. At the same time, I invite authoritative figures and experts to estimate the results of important battles, as well as create rankings. To the Gu Masters in the battle stage, this was extremely important information. Many Gu Masters rush for the position of external clan elder, hoping to advertise themselves more, and also hope to see their names in the rankings. This kind of information, of course, does not involve any privacy and only summarizes and compares the strength they have displayed. This way, it will be of great help to the demonic Gu Masters in the battle stage. At the same time, it can strengthen Shang clan's control over the battle stage. I think Lord Father must be extremely happy. Why would he ban such a thing? After Shang Xinci finished, she smiled at Shang Chao Feng. At this moment, her eyes were shining brightly, full of wisdom and confidence, her elegance boundless. Bai Ningbing's brows had already relaxed. So it is like this? Feng Yuan laughed inwardly. Shang Chao Feng slightly opened his mouth, looking at Shang Xinci with a dazed expression. After a few breaths, he reacted and could not help but clap his hands, praising, "Well said. Your analysis is too brilliant. Little sister Xinci, you really have a unique insight and a pure heart. I cannot help but admire you. I will definitely help you with this business. You lack manpower now. I will transfer some people for you. I can give you as many as you want." Shang Xinci, however, shook her head. "Thank you, Big Brother Chao Feng, for your good intentions, but we already have someone in mind." On the surface, Shang Chao Feng wanted to send people to help Shang Xinci, but in fact, he had his own people to control this information business, and at the same time increase his control over Shang Xinci. But Shang Xinci immediately saw through it, and tactfully rejected Shang Chao Feng. Not all the help was out of good intentions, but Shang Chao Feng was not willing to let it go. The information business that he had previously avoided had now become a rich treasure in his heart. He continued to persuade, "Little sister Xinci, I know that you have been trying to recruit Zhou Quan recently, but this person is arrogant because of his talent. Previously, Shang Qiunyou had personally invited him, but was rejected by him, and even reprimanded him. This junior is still wet behind the ears. How dare you recruit my 100-year-old subordinate?" Zhou Quan was already over 100 years old, and was not willing to live under someone else's roof, especially as a subordinate to a junior. Shang Chao Feng was also not optimistic about Shang Xinci recruiting Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan's ability was recognized, but he was too arrogant. Let's take a step back. Even if you manage to recruit Zhou Quan, what can one person do? You still do not have any lower or middle-level subordinates. These people must have a certain level of ability, and most importantly, they must be loyal and devoted to you. To build up this kind of power, it will take time, a very long time. You do not have subordinates that you can trust. Even if you do this information business, it is very likely that it will be destroyed by Shang Yifan, and even the fruits of success will be stolen. Although Shang Chao Feng had his heart set on giving up, his words were very reasonable. Hearing this, Shang Xinci could not help but frown. Chapter 333. So it is like that. Shang Chao Feng answered. Feng Yuan had helped Shang Xinci to reject his suggestion. He could not force it. Feng Yuan had defeated Zhu Kai Bei, and had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but had rank 4 battle strength. At the same time, he had a purple thorn token, and was an esteemed guest of Shang clan. Thus, Shang Chao Feng had been showing goodwill to Feng and Bai, but he did not care. Building a force requires time. How can it be done in one go? Never mind. I will let you guys suffer first. At that time, I will come and help. It will be more effective. Shang Chao Feng thought, but on the surface, he had a smile. Both sides talked for a while longer, before Shang Chao Feng personally sent Shang Xinci and the rest out. To outsiders, this was the clearest political signal. After bidding farewell to Shang Chao Feng, Shang Fong and Bai walked on the street. Today was the auspicious market festival. All the shops were closed, and all kinds of small stalls were set up on both sides of the street. Come, 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 sweet and sour candied haws. Let me tell you, this piece of old jade was passed down from my ancestors. Selling rice, a bag of 5-spice essential oil rice, only half yuan stone. Small stalls were set up one after another. A dazzling array of goods were sold. They formed a row, stretching out. Looking around, countless pedestrians rubbed shoulders. Some stopped to watch, some haggled, some looked around. The auspicious market festival was held once a year. Whether it was Fong Yuan, Bai Ningbing, or Shang Xinci, they were not unfamiliar with it. Thinking about it, it has been 2 to 3 years since we came to Shang Clan City. Shang Xinci suddenly spoke, sighing. Too many things have happened in these 2 years. She sighed, continuing, if it was before, I would never have thought that I am Shang Clan leader's daughter. Then, Shang Xinci looked at Fong Yuan, smiling, revealing her white teeth. If not for you, brother Fong Yuan, I would not have been able to come here. Towards Fong and Bai, Shang Xinci had always been deeply grateful. Bai Ningbing was silent, but the corner of his eyes twitched. That's right, I also did not expect your father to be the famous Shang Yin Fei. However, saving you is also because we hit it off. Fate comes and goes, meeting and parting. This is the nature of the world. Fong Yuan looked ahead as he answered. Shang Xinci's expression changed slightly. She understood the meaning behind his words. Big brother He Tu, are you leaving Shang Clan City? Not bad. Not long after, Bai Ningbing and I will leave Shang Xinci for Sancha Mountain. Fong Yuan answered. Shang Xinci gritted her teeth and wanted to say something to make him stay, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She had been with Fong Yuan for a long time. Although they had never had a clear conversation, she could feel the ambition in his heart. This man's ambition was too great. It was impossible for him to stay in a place like the Shang Clan City. But don't worry. Before I leave, I will push you to the position of young lord and let you sit on it steadily. Fong Yuan smiled. Let's go. I will bring you to recruit subordinates. Today, let's build the foundation of your force. What, big brother He Tu? You really have an ideal candidate in mind. Shang Xinci asked in astonishment. Building a force required a long time. Any loyal and devoted subordinate had to go through a long period of nurturing. Fong Yuan's current tone made Shang Xinci feel that loyal and capable subordinates were like cabbages. They could be easily found if they wanted to. What kind of certainty did he have to sound so confident? Not only Shang Xinci, but even Bai Ningbing was curious. Just follow me. Fong Yuan walked in front, leading the way for the two. After several turns, they came to a small alley. Between a lantern shop and a silk shop, there was a stall. Fong Yuan walked to this stall and stopped. Behind the stall, a young man was lying down. The young man's clothes were tattered, his back leaning against the wall. His eyes were half closed, his complexion was bad, his gaze was unfocused, as if he was immersed in wine and women, unable to extricate himself. Could it be that big brother He Tu is looking for this young man? Shang Xinci thought. Bai Ningbing was also looking at this person with a sharp gaze. Although this person was a Gu master, he was only rank 1 middle stage. Looking at his appearance, he was not young, but his cultivation level was simply too horrible to look at. Little brother, what do you want to buy, Lord Fongzheng? The young man sensed someone and opened his eyes. Halfway through his words, he suddenly raised his voice, showing a shocked expression. Fong Yuan was now a famous person in Shang Clan City. He did not hide his face, and many people recognized him. Lord Bai Ningbing. Soon after, he recognized Bai Ningbing and stuttered in excitement. Although he did not know Shang Xinci, he could recognize her Gu master aura. At the same time, Shang Xinci's stunning beauty made him feel dazzled. This is 10 yuan stone. I will buy all your things. You can leave now. Fong Yuan took out a bag of yuan stone. The young man's face immediately showed an overjoyed expression, but soon after, he revealed a slightly hesitant expression. The junk on the stall was something he had found when he was tidying up his grandfather's belongings. Through his inspection, he found that they were all scrap metal. There was nothing valuable in them. But why did Lord Fangjing want to buy his things? Was there really a treasure in here? If there was a treasure and he sold it, wouldn't it be a loss? Just as he was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and threw the small bag filled with primeval stones to him. What are you thinking? You didn't hear me clearly. It is your honor that I like your things. You can scram now. If you don't scram now, you won't even have the chance to. Fang Yuan threatened coldly. The young man immediately shivered in fear. His lips trembled as he stuttered. Lord Fangjing, how can you do this? When doing business, it was all about mutual consent. We can't force you to buy or sell. You are also a person with status, and this is Shang Clan City. Slap. Fang Yuan waved his hand and slapped the young man, sending him to the ground. Scram. Fang Yuan looked down at the young man with a cold gaze, speaking calmly. The young man covered his face with his hands. He was so frightened that his whole body was trembling. He raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, but when his gaze met Fang Yuan's dark pupils, he immediately shifted his gaze. Then he got up without saying a word, stumbling as he ran away. Brother He too. Shang Xinci looked at the young man's departing figure, feeling pity in her heart. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, unconcerned. Xinci, I am a demonic goo master. I have my own way of doing things, which is to do as I please. Fang Yuan casually explained, feeling justified. The surrounding stalls looked at him. His gaze swept around, and immediately, everyone avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. If it was the Fang Yuan of the past, he would naturally feign civility and use coaxing and deceiving methods to buy the goods from this stall in a friendly manner. But now, his strength had risen greatly. He was no longer the same as before. If he could use the most direct method and save time and effort, why not? Righteous path people cherished their reputation and displayed their grace. Thus they often expressed kindness to the weak. Fang Yuan, however, was not a righteous path person, but a demonic path person. Since ancient times, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. It was just that demonic path people tore apart flesh and blood, swallowing it mouthful by mouthful. Righteous path people, on the other hand, shed crocodile tears as they ate, saying they had no choice. There were always many foolish people who were deceived by hypocrisy, or they were foolish enough to deceive themselves, unwilling to face the cruel truth. In fact, it was all eating. The exploiter ate the exploited, the invader ate the invaded, the strong eat the weak, the oppressor eat the oppressed, the superior eat the inferior. There was no living being that did not eat. If they did not eat, they would not be able to survive. It was just that there was a difference in the way they ate. Fang Yuan chased away the stall owner and bent down, picking out a token from the stall. This token seemed to be made of black iron. It was black and had half a piece missing. There were words carved on it, but after grinding for so long, and with half missing, it was impossible to make out the words. But Fang Yuan knew it was the word rice. 300 years ago, there was a demonic path goo master who fell into the water with heavy injuries and was saved by a little girl washing clothes by the riverside. The little girl was kind, and after saving this demonic path goo master, she secretly placed him in the woodshed and even sent him rice every day. After the demonic path goo master recovered, he felt the little girl's kindness and made a black iron token with the word rice carved on it. He broke the token into two, giving one half to the little girl and the other to himself. When the demonic path goo master left, he carefully instructed the little girl. If she had any difficulties in the future, she could go to Dan Huashan's Wailing Ghost Cave and seek his help. Even if the little girl died, this promise would still be effective to the new owner of the half token. The little girl remembered it well. But in less than 50 years, a huge battle occurred in Dan Huashan. The volcano erupted and Wailing Ghost Cave was destroyed. And that demonic path goo master was captured alive by Tai Clan and imprisoned in the demon suppression tower. This half of the token had lost its use. It was passed down among the little girl's descendants. Because it involved the demonic path, The little girl did not reveal any secrets to her children before she died of old age. She buried this past in her stomach. The little girl's descendants were banished by the clan. After settling down in Clan City, the clan gradually declined. His descendants were unfilial and talented. Only one son was left, and now there was only a young man left. This young man was spoiled. With a young master's temperament, he indulged in all sorts of things. After his parents died, every once in a while, he would rely on selling his ancestors' belongings to survive. But in a leaf festival, his fate took a turn. Chapter 334. The three were overjoyed, taking out the other half of the token and assembling it into one. It turned out that the demonic goo masters back then also had a bloodline. Before being arrested by Tai Clan, he had instructed his descendants to remember this past, and if possible in the future, they had to repay this debt. The three brothers were the descendants of the demonic goo masters. After seeing this token, they immediately explained the situation to the young stall owner. They asked him if he needed any help, and that he would do his best. This young man was very crafty. He immediately replied, saying that he lacked 3 subordinates and had no one to help him. The three brothers looked at each other and immediately knelt down in front of the young man, acknowledging him as their master for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years, they would be at his beck and call. But after 20 years, they would regain their freedom. These three brothers were famous figures in the battle stage. Each of them had rank 3 cultivation and were most proficient in joint attacks. The young man relied on the three brothers' abilities and had another 20 years of wealth. During this period, he asked the three brothers to bring tea and water and used yuan stone, and they all agreed. But after 20 years, the three brothers repaid the debt and left him. Because he had already forgotten how to work and was even more ashamed of begging, he did not even know how to control himself and continued to lead a befuddled life. Not even half a month later, he died. Of course, these were all things that happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Right now, the three demonic goo masters had not found this half-token, and this half-token was already in Fang Yuan's hands. As for that young man, who cared about his life or death, according to his previous life's memories, this half-token would only be found by the three demonic goo masters next year. But now, Fang Yuan had the half-token and brought by Ningbing and Shang Xinci to find them. The three brothers also set up a stall in front of their house, enjoying themselves. Ah, it's Lord Fangzheng and Lord Bai Ningbing. Seeing Fang and Bai, the three quickly stood up. They had all been beaten up by Fang Yuan or by Ningbing. In this world, strength was respected. In the demonic goo master's perspective, it was even more so. Bai Ningbing had rank 4 cultivation, and Fang Yuan defeated Zhu Kai Bei. Thus all the demonic goo masters respected them. This time, I came to find you guys. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze sweeping across the three brothers. These three brothers had the surname Xiong. The eldest was Xiong too, and was the shortest among the three brothers. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage goo master. The second brother was Xiong Hua. He was bare-chested and wore short pants, and his body was red. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage. The third brother's name was Xiong Feng. He wore a bamboo hat and had a pair of phoenix eyes. He liked to squint at people. He was a Wind Path rank 3 initial stage goo master. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the three brothers immediately felt uneasy. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, greeting Fang Yuan. Lord Fangzheng, may I know why you are here? If my brother has eyes and unintentionally offended you in any way, I apologize to you. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. You must have heard that I have given up on the battle stage and chose to help Shang Xinci to become Shang Clan Young Master. We're short on manpower right now. The three of you can come over. The three Xiong brothers immediately frowned. They came to Shang Clan City and participated in the battle. They only had one goal. That was to become Shang Clan external elders. However, Fang Yuan wanted them to assist Shang Xinci, which was far from their ideals. Shang Xinci was just a silly little girl. Her cultivation was only at the first transition, and her aptitude was even worse. All three of them had great aptitude, and together, they could even contend against a rank 4 goo master for a short period of time. The three brothers were extremely unwilling to kneel at Shang Xinc's feet and become her subordinates. If these words were spoken by someone else, the three brothers would have immediately attacked and beaten the person to the ground. However, it was Fang Yuan who said it. The three brothers felt very embarrassed. They had seen Fang Yuan defeat Zhu Kaibei with their own eyes. Even if they worked together, they were not Fang Yuan's match. Fang Zheng came with ill intentions. Those with good intentions won't come. He is clearly trying to force us to acknowledge him as our master. Sigh, this is an unlucky year. We actually caught Fang Zheng's eye. The three of us cannot beat him alone, not to mention he has Bai Ningbing as his helper. He even has a purple thorn token. The three brothers looked at each other, knowing each other's thoughts. They did not want to acknowledge him as their master, but the situation was against them. They could only lower their heads. However, Fang Yuan continued, I don't want to force you. If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The three brothers looked at each other, not knowing if Fang Yuan was speaking the truth or just trying to show off his elegance. In the end, Xiong Feng was the youngest. He mustered his courage and said carefully, Lord Fangjing, to speak the truth, we are used to living like wild cranes. We really don't want to participate in the Shang Clan Young Master contest. So. The other two smiled sheepishly, nodding and bowing to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining with a sharp and cold light. You three are really daring. You dare to reject my invitation? The three brothers' hearts thumped. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, explaining hurriedly, It's not like that. It's not like that. Lord Fangjing, don't misunderstand. We feel honored to be recruited by you. My third brother is too excited. He doesn't know how to speak. He can't express his meaning. Actually, he wants to say that he really wants to join Lady Shang Xinci. Yes. That's exactly what I mean. Xiong Feng quickly agreed. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. You three are so eager, Xinci. Just accept them. Fang Yuan turned around and said to Shang Xinci. At the side, Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Forcefully recruiting people like this will not win their hearts. What's the use of having subordinates who seem united but are actually divided? Shang Xinci had the same concerns, but she still chose to believe in Fang Yuan. She took a step forward, saying to the three brothers, From now on, work hard. Yes. Xiong Clan's three brothers greet Lady Xinci. The three brothers cupped their fists and bowed, answering weakly. Ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. The three brothers scolded in their hearts. Fangjing is too despicable. He's the son of Abi***T, yet he still wants to maintain a chastity. He speaks righteously, but his actions are the worst. Oh right, I almost forgot something. Take a good look. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped laughing, taking out half a token and tossing it to Xiong Tuesday. Xiong Tu subconsciously reached out and caught the token. What is this? The other two brothers also looked over curiously, but soon after, the three brothers were dumbfounded. This is his? Xiong Tu, who had always been calm, cursed in agitation. Xiong Hua snatched the token and turned it around to look at it. Xiong Feng also saw some clues and urged his brother Xiong Tu, Big brother, quickly take out our token. Under Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinc's strange gaze, Xiong Tu took out the other half of the token. When the two tokens fit together perfectly, the token started to emit a flame-like glow. This is real. The three Xiong clan brothers' eyes widened. Xiong Tu's hands that were holding the token were trembling slightly. What's going on? Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci were confused. Xiong clan brothers, do you think I'll come looking for you for no reason? What are you waiting for? Fang Yuan spoke at the right time. His words woke the three brothers up. Grandfather once said that no matter who the owner of the token is, even if he's an enemy, he has to repay the kindness of the past. That's right, even though grandfather is trapped, we cannot tarnish his reputation. From today onwards, Lady Xinci is our new master. However, it was only for 20 years. 20 years is enough for us to repay the kindness. The three brothers spoke one after another and quickly came to an agreement. Immediately after, They knelt on one knee and cupped their fists towards Shang Xinci. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, Xiong Feng, three brothers greet Lady Xinci. They shouted together, their tone different from before, filled with sincerity and excitement. Big brother He Tu, what's going on? Shang Xinci immediately knew that these three had submitted to her in body and mind. She became even more curious. Fang Yuan chuckled. This is a long story. Let's not talk about it for now. Next, I'll bring you to recruit another person. The group of 6 arrived at the slave market. In this world, there was a slave business. Any first-rate family or super first-rate family with great power would be in the slave business. Shang Clan City's slave business was personally managed by the head of the 5 great clan elders, Shang Bu Li. The slave business was too profitable, and Shang Clan's higher-ups would not be at ease handing it over to an external clan elder. Thus, it had always been handled by Shang Clan members. Fang Yuan had planned this first, and had already investigated the situation. He walked in front, leading the group, and with great familiarity, they arrived at a cage. In the cage, there were many people imprisoned. Lady Xinci, Lord Fangjing, Lord Bai Ningbing, are you here to buy slaves? If so, I don't recommend you to buy the people in these cages. A Gu master in charge of business immediately walked over. Oh, why is that? Shang Xinci asked. Lady Xinci might not know. These people are from Wei Clan. Wei Clan had a coup some time ago, and the younger brother of Wei Clan leader seized the position. These people in the cages are the clansmen of Wei Clan leader's faction. They were all sold by the current Wei Clan leader. The Gu master answered. Shang Xinci immediately understood why this Gu master did not recommend her to buy these slaves. Wei Clan was a first-rate clan. Although it could not compare to Shang Clan, it was famous in the southern border. Wei Clan's coup was said to be supported by Shang Yin Fei. The current Wei Clan leader had even sent his family to Shang Clan as hostages. Many Wei Clan elders had also secretly transferred their assets to Shang Clan. Wei Clan could be said to be Shang Clan's puppet. To Shang Xinci, who was competing to become Shang Clan young master, these people were like hot potatoes. Chapter 335. This, Lord Fangjing, are you sure you want to buy them? The Gu master in charge asked hesitantly. What, are you questioning my decision? Fang Yuan glanced at this Gu master lightly. This Gu master chuckled. He was a Shang Clan clansman and was not afraid of Fang Yuan like the 3 Xiong Clan brothers. I don't dare, I don't dare. He cupped his fists and turned to Shang Xinci. If I am not wrong, Lord Fang wants to buy these people to increase Lady Xinci's manpower. But these people are at a disadvantage in the competition for the young master position. Lady Xinci, you are so intelligent. What do you think? Shang Xinci looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Brother He Tu's thoughts are my thoughts. Just do as I say. Is that so? The Gu master in charge was stunned for a moment before smiling. Since Lady Xinci insists, I will do as you say. Honestly speaking, I support and look favorably upon Lady Xinci. You talk too much nonsense. Fang Yuan coldly looked at the Gu master in charge, interrupting him with a cold voice. The Gu master laughed. Then I will handle it for you. But there are too many people and the procedures are complicated. You will need to wait for a day. After a day, bam! Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked fiercely. That Gu master did not expect Fang Yuan to attack him and was caught off guard, getting kicked in the stomach. He flew 30 steps away and crashed into an innocent passerby, falling on the ground and vomiting blood before fainting. Who dares to attack in Shang Clan's inner city? You don't want to live? Quickly surrender and be captured. Such a commotion immediately caused a commotion. The slave market was heavily guarded and soon, 3 groups of Gu masters surrounded it. I was the one who kicked. Fang Yuan stood out without fear. It's Fangjing. The aggressive group saw Fang Yuan and immediately became sluggish. Fang Yuan had rank 4 battle strength, while they were only rank 2. The leader had the highest cultivation level, rank 3 initial stage. However, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between Fang Yuan's teeth. Fang Yuan calmly took out his redbud token again. Shang Clan's Gu masters saw this token, and their morale fell to rock bottom. The leader's ferocious face suddenly changed. With a smile on his face, he said to Fang Yuan politely, "Lord Fangjing, we all know that you are our Shang clan's honored guest. But even if you are an esteemed guest, you can't casually attack in Shang clan. You even injured my clansmen. According to the rules of Shang clan city. According to the rules, I should be fined 49 yuan stone," Fang Yuan said. The leader was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with Shang clan's rules. Fang Yuan threw out a bag of yuan stone and waved his hand. "There are 50 yuan stone in here. Keep the change." The leader took the primeval stones, feeling like he was a beggar. With a stunned and confused expression, he left with the others. If Fang Yuan did not have the strength, even with the Redbud token, he would not be able to handle this situation. But now that he had the strength, even in Shang clan city, beating up a Shang clan clansman, as long as he was not an important person, was nothing. The Gu master in charge fainted from Fang Yuan's kick. At the slave market, another Gu master was sent to take care of them. "We will buy all the people in this cage." Fang Yuan pointed at the cage and said. The people in the cage looked at Fang Yuan. Most of them had a numb expression or a lifeless gaze, but a few stared angrily at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's casual attitude in buying and selling goods made them feel insulted. "Yes, yes, yes." The new Gu master wiped his sweat as he bowed to Fang Yuan. In less than 15 minutes, all the procedures were done. "This is a rank 3 poison scorpion Gu. Please keep it well, Lord Fangjing." Finally, the Gu master presented a Gu worm to Fang Yuan with both hands. This poison scorpion Gu was pure white, like a flawless porcelain, and was only the size of 2 fingers. This was a rank 3 Gu worm. It only had one ability, to defecate. The scorpion's defecation was black like a bean. It was a rank 2 Gu. As the saying goes, scorpion defecation is unique. This scorpion defecation Gu's poison was very unique. Once someone was planted, the corresponding poison scorpion Gu had to sting it once every 7 days before it could be removed. This was the most commonly used method to control slaves. Although there was slavery Gu with better effects, it was a rank 5 Gu. It was expensive and rare, not something ordinary people could afford. Shang Xi could not activate the poison scorpion Gu and could not make it defecate. But using it to sting people did not expend primeval essence. This poison scorpion Gu, Fang Yuan was going to refine it first, before giving it to Shang Xi. It was too difficult for Shang Xi to refine this Gu alone. "What did you say? That group of people from the Wei clan was bought by someone? What did I tell you? I told you to take good care of them. After I settle the score with Shang Qionyou and the situation calms down, I will buy them." In the room, Shang Pu Lao's expression was ugly as he reprimanded the Gu master in charge. The Gu master in charge was lying on the bed with a pale face. After being kicked by Fang Yuan, he had just woken up. But now, Shang Pu Lao came to question him. "Young Master Pu Lao, I've already tried my best. I wanted to sow discord, but that Shang Xi only listened to Fangjing. I wanted to stall for time, but before I finished speaking, Fangjing kicked me unconscious." The Gu master in charge laid on the bed weakly, crying out in grievance. "Sigh, these Wei clan people were once in high positions, holding authority in Wei clan. They have their own cultivation and management abilities. If I could obtain them, I could create half of Wei clan. Among them, especially Wei clan's Madame Wei de Xin. She is most skilled in nurturing guards." Wei clan leader's guard army was famous for a while. They had successfully dealt with many assassinations and sneak attacks, and even resisted the attacks of 5 rank 3 Gu masters. If it wasn't for this, how could it have dispersed just like that? Shang Pu Lao heaved a long sigh. "Let me ask you, can this matter be salvaged?" He looked at the Gu master in charge with a sharp gaze. The Gu master shook his head helplessly, saying with a sobbing tone, "The people were taken away by them. There were no problems with the procedures. It is hard to find fault with them. Young master, I have let you down. Forget it. Take care of your injuries." Shang Pu Lao heard this and lost interest. After consoling him, he flicked his sleeves and left. The next morning, at Nanxiu Garden Square, over 30 Wei clan members stood. Fang Yuan and Shang Xi came together. Just earlier, Shang Xinci had already grasped the poison scorpion goo with Fang Yuan's help. Rank 3 goo was too strong for her. Thus, Fang Yuan chose other goo worms to help Shang Xinci control the poison scorpion goo. From today onwards, Shang Xinci is your master. Come and pay your respects. Fang Yuan handed the poison scorpion goo to Shang Xinci in front of everyone. The Wei clan members slowly kneeled on the ground, paying their respects to Shang Xinci. Their voices were weak, filled with helplessness, numbness, and all sorts of other emotions, like they were made of wood. They were chased out by the clan. They had high positions and were well fed, but now they were slaves. Thus, it was normal for them to be depressed and dispirited. Would they be able to rest assured when using such a person? Shang Xinci sympathized, but was also worried. Wei de Xin, come out. I want to talk to you alone. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, pointing at a person in the middle of the crowd. The crowd immediately became restless. Many pairs of eyes that were originally dull suddenly burst forth with a strong and fierce light. What do you want? Many people stood up at the same time, protecting Wei de Xin. I'm warning you, don't even touch a hair on the madam. A person pointed at Fang Yuan, his face full of vigilance. Slap. Fang Yuan's expression sank. He took a step forward and slapped. The person who was pointing at him was immediately sent flying by a powerful force. Blood flowed. His teeth were shattered on the ground. It seems you still do not understand reality. Although I spent a huge sum to buy you, I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. But I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. Even if I want to do anything to your clan leader's wife, can you stop me? Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his voice as cold as ice. You. The Wei clan was furious. Some of the youths clenched their fists tightly, but did not dare to act rashly. All of you, leave. Wei de Xin took the initiative to dismiss the people around her and walked out. Although there was dirt on her face, it could not hide her peach-like beauty. She bowed to Fang Yuan. I wonder why Lord Fangjin called for me? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, using a sharp gaze to size up Wei de Xin's body. Madam Wei, you talk too much. Come with me, just listen carefully. With that, he turned and walked away. Wei de Xin was helpless. She bit her lips and followed Fang Yuan to the pavilion by the lake. A cool breeze blew gently. The small lake rippled. Carps swam freely in the lake. The green leaves connected together, and red and white lotus flowers dotted the lake. Such a beautiful scenery made Wei de Xin slightly relax. Who knew what Fang Yuan said next made her nervous again. She only heard Fang Yuan say, Madam Wei, I am very interested in you. Wei de Xin quickly kneeled on the ground. This servant is lowly. My looks are shallow. It is this servant's fortune to receive Lord Fangjing's favor. But this servant does not dare to stain Lord's majestic body with this withered body. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed lightly 3 times. Wei de Xin, don't misunderstand. I am very interested in your talent, but your looks, to me, are only a set of withered skin and bones. Next, you need to train a group of loyal female guards for Shang Xinci. At the same time, you need to explain clearly to the people of your Wei clan, tell them to work hard and have a positive attitude. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, Wei de Xin heaved a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. Yes, this servant will definitely do as Lord says. Hee hee. Fang Yuan laughed deeply a few times and stared at Wei de Xin with deep meaning. Madam Wei, I know you are pregnant, and I also know your plan. You want to protect your husband's only bloodline, and at the same time, you want to contact your blood brother, Wei Shenshi, to help you take revenge. Is that right? Chapter 336. Wei de Xin's pregnancy was something she had deduced from her own reaction. The new life in her belly brought her great hope in life. This was her greatest secret, but she did not expect an outsider to expose it in just a few days. How could she not be shocked? How could she not panic? In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was Wei de Xin who helped Shang Pu Lao defeat Shang Qionyou and became a popular candidate for young tribe leader. But during the righteous and demonic war, Wei de Xin and Wei Shanjian secretly cooperated and helped Wu tribe plot against Shang clan. She destroyed Wei tribe's village and took revenge for her husband's death. After the matter was exposed, Wei de Xian, who caused Shang Yin Fei's first loss, became famous. Shang Pu Lao was also implicated and exiled. His fate was pitiful. His success was because of Wei de Xian and also because of her. Wei de Xian's talent was outstanding, and now she was in Fang Yuan's hands. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to control her and make her work for Shang Xian Ci. Wei de Xian, don't be afraid. As long as you work hard to support Shang Xian Ci, I will not do anything to you. In fact, I will even help you raise the son in your womb. Also, I advise you not to search for your brother Wei Xinjian in the short term. He has already been recruited by Wu tribe and is being monitored daily. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Fang Yuan rubbed his fingers as he sat on the stone stool. His tone was like he had everything under control. Wei de Xian was stunned by his aura. She knelt on the ground. Her expression changed. She opened her mouth a few times, but chose to keep quiet in the end. Finally, she bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, her forehead touching the ground as she said respectfully, "This concubine." But just as she spoke, Fang Yuan interrupted her. "No need to say more, it is useless. The performance of you and your clansmen will be the best answer to that question. You can leave." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wei de Xian retreated. Fang Yuan sat in the pavilion and did not get up for a while. He looked at Wei de Xian's back as she gradually disappeared into the green forest. He knew that after this conversation, she would definitely do her best to assist Shang Xian Ci. After all, in his previous life, Shang Paleo had also used the child in her womb to entice her to support him. A cool breeze blew over as Fang Yuan gazed at the surface of the lake. The ripples of the lake reflected in his dark and deep eyes. He was deep in thought. Now that Shang Xian Ci has the Wei family, she has the backbone of the middle and lower class. With Wei de Xian, he would be able to form a female guard, forming a strong and stable armed force. There were also the three brothers of the Xiong family who could be trusted. My personal maids, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, can be trusted aides. In this way, the general framework of power has been constructed. This was more than enough to deal with this young master battle. However, if they could recruit Zhou Quan and make him the chief steward, then they would definitely win the battle for the position of young master. Wei de Xian, the three brothers of the Xiong family, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan and the others would all be trusted aides, while Zhou Quan would be the commander. Fang Yuan was clear that with Zhou Quan's help, Shang Xian Ci would definitely be able to obtain the position of young master, and at the same time, become more and more stable. Even if Shang Xian Ci did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her force would become more stable and slowly expand. Only Zhou Quan could suppress these subordinates of Shang Xian Ci. Right now, even Shang Xian Ci could not control these talents. After all, Shang Xian Ci was still too young. Her aptitude was not high, and her cultivation was insufficient. In the world of Gu Masters, the rules of the game were cruel and real, and the most important thing was strength. Everything else could be put aside. However, it was not so easy to subdue Zhou Quan, especially now that the rumors were spreading, describing how Shang Xian Ci had failed to recruit Zhou Quan more than 10 times. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart that someone was causing trouble in the dark, using this matter to attack Shang Xian Ci's prestige. However, even though Fang Yuan knew, he did not stop them. The time was not ripe yet, and he already had a plan. A few days later, on a night, in Nanxiu Garden's secret room, swish, swish, swish in the aperture, waves surged and swept up millions of silver snowflakes. Rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, swept towards the aperture walls. Like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, or like a galactic river, 90% of the primeval sea swept in all directions, far more majestic than middle or low-grade aptitude. Countless primeval essence continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. Bit by bit, the nourishment caused Fang Yuan's aperture walls to quietly undergo some kind of hidden transformation. When this transformation accumulated to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change from quantitative to qualitative, advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a new realm. This realm was rank 4. Fang Yuan used the relic goo to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And with the help of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity Goo, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Every day, he made huge progress. It was unimaginable to ordinary people. Rank 4. I am only a step away from rank 4. In Fang Yuan's heart, this realization was getting stronger. But the primeval sea was getting lower and lower. The snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed intensely. Advancing to rank 4 consumed too much primeval essence. 90% was not enough, and the aperture walls had already been polished until they were sparkling and translucent, but there was no change. Although it was only a step away, it was like a deep ravine, difficult to cross. From rank 3 to rank 4, who knew how many goo masters had stumped at this step, and how many lofty aspirations had been trapped? Just as the aperture was about to reach its bottom, at this moment, a golden waterfall flowed down from the aperture. This was the powerful assistance that Bai Ning Bing had given to Fang Yuan through Bone Flesh Unity Goo in the outside world. Rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence. Although it was only initial stage light gold, once it appeared, it gave Fang Yuan's aperture a throbbing feeling. The waterfall-like primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, turned into waves and followed the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. Everything that had been accumulated earlier was raised to a higher level at this moment. Crack, crack. Following a soft sound, the walls of the aperture started to crack. In the cracks, white light shone dazzlingly. The cracks continued to expand, and the crystal walls started to crumble, like an iceberg collapsing, sinking into the primeval sea piece by piece, turning into nothingness. After 2 hours, under the continuous support of Bai Ning Bing's primeval essence, this transformation finally ended. The original crystal walls had disappeared, replaced by a thin layer of light. But it was even brighter, illuminating the entire aperture in white light. A trace of light gold primeval essence seeped out from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. This signified that Fang Yuan had also entered rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. It has only been 2 to 3 years, and I have already improved so much in Shangclan City. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, shining brilliantly, like a flash of lightning in the dark secret room. He was very satisfied with this result. In a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had advanced to rank 4. The main contributors were Bone Flesh Unity Goo, Bai Ning Bing, and the favorable environment of Shangclan City. At the same time, there was his rich experience from his previous life, as well as his own hard work. Advancing to rank 4 was stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and rank 2 were at the bottom, rank 3 were the middle tier, and rank 4 and rank 5 were the upper echelons. Many clan leaders had rank 4 cultivation level. If Guyue village still existed, Fang Yuan could already compete for the clan leader position. Whether it was southern border, central plains, or other places, rank 4 cultivation allowed a Goo master to roam the world. As long as a Goo master had rank 4 cultivation, they would at least be a hero of a region. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 Goo masters. Fang Yuan could only be considered to have matured after reaching this step, surpassing the majority of Goo masters. Since rebirth, I have reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, it is many times faster. Step by step, accumulating advantages to reach today's achievement. This is the huge help from my previous life's experience. It is all thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could rebirth. However, although I advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is faster. Right now, the pressure it exerts on my aperture is also increasing. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point. The light gold primeval essence allows me to use more rank 4 goo. Next, I need to refine charging crash goo. But before that, I have one more thing to do. 4th Inner City. This is the house Zhou Quan is in charge of? Fang Yuan stood in front of a courtyard, his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. Immediately, a subordinate reported, "Yes, Lord Fang Zhi." Right now, standing behind Fang Yuan were Bai Ning Bing, Xiao Dai and the 3 Xiong brothers, as well as Wei de Xian who had just replenished some goo worms and recovered some strength. This is the place. Miss and I have been here many times, but the door was shut in our face. Xiao Dai added angrily. Lord, if you wish to see my master, please hand over your visiting card. My master is still taking an afternoon nap. The courtyard's doorman walked forward with an arrogant attitude. He recognized Xiao Dai and understood that this was Shang Xinc's people. Afternoon nap? Visiting card? Hee hee. Fang Yuan sneered. His expression suddenly turned grim as he waved his hand. Go. Smash. Hee hee. The people behind him were stunned. The three Xiong brothers were the first to step forward. You? What are you trying to do? The doorman was incomparably frightened as he shouted. Little thing blocking the way. Get lost. Xiong laughed sinisterly, raising his leg and kicking the doorman away. Bam. Xiong too used brute force and forcefully smashed the courtyard's door open. What are you trying to do? Some servants ran over, but seeing the group of fiendish Gu masters, they immediately became terrified. Clang, clang, clang. Bam, bam, bam. Fang Yuan's group rampaged and barged into Zhou Quan's house, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Xiong Feng even took liberties with some pretty maids. Chapter 337. What do we do, master? The steward trembled as he ran to Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan had already woken up. Seeing Fang Yuan's group wreaking havoc in his house, his expression was ashen. This Fang Jing is simply lawless. He actually dares to use force in Shangclan City. Wait, this aura. He is clearly rank 4. Heavens, how old is he? He has already advanced to rank 4? Zhou Quan observed in secret. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. He was once a rank 4 Gu master, a clan leader. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was 40 or 50 years old. Fang Yuan's age had already been known by everyone in the battle stage. He was only 20 years old. What kind of outstanding talent was this? Zhou Quan sighed inwardly, feeling envy and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fang Jing has also advanced to rank 4. He is a true rank 4 Gu master. He also has the purple thorn token, and now Shang Xinci has a relationship with Shang Chaofeng. This person is too arrogant. Not long ago he caused trouble in the slave market and was only fined 49 yuan stone. His future is bright. He is likely to become a rank 5 expert. According to rumors, Shang Yinfei thinks highly of him. Now even Shang Clan is turning a blind eye to him. How can I fight him? I can't afford to offend him, but can't I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to the old steward, quickly pack up. We will move to a shop. The other party is too strong. We need to lie low for this period of time. Yes, master. The old steward hurriedly went to pack up. A moment later, everyone turned the courtyard upside down. The elegant and quiet courtyard was now in a mess. Lord, we searched, but did not find Zhou Quan. Xiong Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He can't have gone far. He must be hiding in a shop. However, this was also within my expectations. I purposely left a back door. Hee hee. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Zhou Quan thought he would care about Shang Clan and not cause trouble. But what kind of person was Fang Yuan? In his heart, even the super first-rate merchants were nothing more than a slightly larger stepping stone. Have you prepared everything that I have instructed you to do? Fang Yuan turned around and asked Wei Dexin. Wei Dexin quickly replied, It's ready. Very well. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Let's go. Everyone walked out of the courtyard and immediately caused a commotion. Shangclan City had always been peaceful and stable. Fang Yuan had caused a huge commotion when he smashed up the courtyard, attracting the attention of many people. Furthermore, Fang Yuan instructed Wei Dexin to spread the news. Therefore, it created an even more sensational effect. Countless passers-by were attracted over. Let's go. Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the group through the streets. Along the way, more and more passers-by were attracted by the liveliness, almost forming a phenomenon of rubbing shoulders. Master, that Fang Jing has brought people here again. The old butler reported in panic. Don't worry. This shop is Shang Clan's property. Even if he had more guts, he would not dare to barge in. Zhou Quan stroked his goatee, consoling. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Yuan had sent the shop's door flying with a kick. Then, he took a big step into the shop. Wait. A group of Shang clan city guards walked out with gloomy expressions. Feng Yuan's group had such a huge commotion, the city guards were already attracted by them. This is Shang clan's shop, you cannot barge in here. You are violating Shang clan city's rules. The leader of the city guards was sweating profusely as he shouted. It was his turn to be on duty today. If he did not stand up now, Shang clan city would definitely punish him for his negligence in the future. But Feng Yuan did not care about him, continuing to walk in as if he did not hear him. The rest of the people entered one after another. Bai Ningbing stayed behind, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting a rank 4 aura. So what if we barge in now? Can you stop us? The leader, who was only a rank 2 cultivator, felt his heart trembling. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face extremely pale, but he still shouted with all his might. Even if we cannot stop you, we have to do our best. Because this is Shang clan city, this is our duty. You have to know, Lord Fengjing's actions have already violated our Shang clan city's 3rd chapter, Rule 25. Of course we know, it's just a fine. Bai Ningbing raised his eyebrows, throwing a bag of yuan stones at the leader's face. There are 500 yuan stones in this bag. Keep the change. We still need to smash it later. Pay up first. Saying this, Bai Ningbing followed them into the shop. The leader stood stupidly on the spot, holding the heavy bag of yuan stones, stunned by Bai Ningbing's imposing manner. Too arrogant, too arrogant. The passers-by excitedly shouted. I have never seen anyone who dares to act so arrogantly in Shang clan city. Fengjing and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 Gu masters. They have the strength and the purple thorn token. With the redbud token as his capital, who else would dare to do it? Even if I have the strength and qualifications, I might not dare. Their guts are too big. They actually dared to do this in broad daylight. Really? The passers-by discussed. Many people were dumbstruck. Some people wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked by the men left behind by Feng Yuan, or chased away by the city guards. Leader, are we going in? A city guard asked carefully. What for? To continue throwing yuan stones at our faces? The leader suddenly shouted, Wait for Lord Clan Elder to come and deal with it. Back to Feng Yuan. He walked into the shop. Fengjing, what are you trying to do? You dare to attack Shang Clan's shop? Do you still want to stay in Shang Clan? Zhou Quan's face was ashen. He wanted to use Shang Clan's name to suppress Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan with disdain. Old thing, aren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? You and I are smart people. Let's not beat around the bush. I am here for you. I will give you 2 choices. One is to submit, the other is to die. You choose. Hee, young man. I advise you not to be so arrogant. Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile. His arrogant nature flared up. He was unwilling to lose. You want to touch me, but look at where you are? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Zhou Quan's expression was extremely ugly. You have lived for so many years. Your eyesight is terrible. Why can't you see that I am different from Shang Xinci? Well, I'll be merciful enough to give you an opportunity to know me well. Feng Yuan said as he suddenly shouted and attacked. Zhou Quan did not expect Feng Yuan to be so unbridled. He was immediately ambushed and fell to the ground, almost fainting. But he had a strong foundation. He quickly got up and fought with Feng Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The intense sounds of battle spread out. The crowd outside the house was also stirred up. He is attacking. He is attacking. He really dared to attack. This Fengjing is too daring, too crazy. Zhou Quan is going to be unlucky to encounter him. Everyone sighed. Almost no one thought Zhou Quan would win. The crowd's eyes were bright. The battle in the shop ended quickly. Zhou Quan was not Feng Yuan's match. He still had hidden injuries. Even though he was rank 3 peak stage, he could not block the powerful Feng Yuan. The shop was unavoidably affected. Half of it was destroyed. After the dust settled, everyone saw Zhou Quan lying on the ground after being beaten by Feng Yuan. Bleeding and with broken bones, he could not move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing. He stepped on Zhou Quan's head. His fierce gaze was filled with power. Lord Fangjing, what are you doing? 3 Shang clan elders rushed over and asked coldly, What are your eyes doing? Can't you see it is so obvious? I am beating him up. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and replied loudly. The crowd laughed. Lord Fangjing, we are not here to joke with you. This matter is too serious. Do you know what the consequences will be? The elders' expressions were grave and solemn. Under Fang Yuan's feet, Zhou Quan snickered coldly. When he opened his mouth, a string of blood foam came out. This time, Fangjing is too rash. This matter is too big. I don't know how to end it. Even though Fangjing is a great genius, he is not a Shang clan clansman. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Of course I know what the consequences will be. Not only that, I also know the consequences of killing this person. Saying so, he took out his purple thorn token. Elders, if I kill someone in Shang Clan City, it will be a serious violation of the peace of Shang Clan City. According to the city rules, I will lose this purple thorn token. Am I right? Fang Yuan asked back.
Yes.
An elder immediately replied. After getting a clear answer, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, forming a cold smile. Then, he clenched his fist, crushing the purple thorn token into pieces. This sudden change immediately caused the crowd to burst into a wave of intense cries of surprise. The 3 elders' pupils shrunk. Fangjing actually crushed the purple thorn token. That's a purple gold command token. He actually crushed it. What a waste. Fangjing doesn't even want the purple thorn token. He clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant. He rejected Shang Xinc's recruitment many times and ended up angering Fang Yuan. He is really unlucky. Seeing the purple thorn token's fragments fall to the ground, even splashing on his face, Zhou Quan's sneer froze. This is a purple thorn token. Fangjing even destroyed the purple thorn token. He wants to take my life. He. Is he crazy? Chapter 338. He originally thought that Fang Yuan wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him and was even willing to pay such an expensive price like the Redbud token. For me, you are so brave and ruthless. Is it worth it? Zhou Quan wanted to cry after receiving such attention from Fang Yuan. He was a normal person. He was also afraid of death. Or else, after the Zhou clan was destroyed, he would be alone and heavily injured. He would have taken the chance to die. But he survived. Survival was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xinci because he didn't like her. He was naturally arrogant and was once the leader of a clan. How could he submit to a silly little girl? But he didn't expect things to become so big. Now he was facing the threat of death. Fang Yuan's craziness was something he never expected. If I had known this, I would have listened to that girl and let it go. But I actually ended up like this. Zhou Quan's heart was filled with intense regret. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Between survival and arrogance, of course survival was the priority. Or else he wouldn't have been a stray dog, living without purpose until now. That's right, I understand now. I rejected Shang Xinci multiple times and severely damaged her reputation. Fangjing is also Shang Xinc's biggest supporter, so he wanted to get rid of me. Shang Yifan misled me. Feeling the increasing killing intent from Fang Yuan, Zhou Quan's mind was in a mess. With his intelligence, he only needed to probe a little to understand that the rumors on the streets were caused by Shang Yifan. At first, he was still very pleased with himself, hiding his pride. These rumors would be an excellent excuse for him to reject Shang Xinci. At the same time, from the rumors, he could see how highly Shang Yifan regarded him. If he really couldn't, he could rely on Shang Yifan. There was no difference between Shang Yifan and Shang Xinci to him. As long as he was willing to assist them, he could make them the young master. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was filled with regret. It was because of these rumors that caused Fang Yuan to have killing intent towards him. It was too late for him to rely on Shang Yifan now. Fang Yuan was a madman. He didn't play by the rules at all. This time, Zhou Quan was completely screwed. Zhou Quan was lying on the ground. His bones were broken, and his face was being stepped on by Fang Yuan. He couldn't move at all. He opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. There are so many people watching. Begging for mercy in front of everyone would be a complete disgrace. But if I don't beg for mercy and surrender, my life will be over. At this crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still. At this moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance still remained. Zhou Quan, Quan said. Zhou Quan, since you don't know what's good for you, then you're not a hero. That Fang Yuan to Fang Yuan, Zhou Yu T. T to Zhou Yu to T T, T Zhou goes. Quan T, Fang to Fang Tian, but Fang Yuan's leg exerted so much force that his cheeks were stuck. Zhou Quan wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Zhou Quan panicked. Wait, I don't want to die. I want to beg. I want to surrender. Let me talk. He roared in his mind at the same time. He used all his remaining strength to swing his arms and legs. He grabbed Fang Yuan's calf, but Fang Yuan's body was like steel. He didn't move. My life is over. Just when Zhou Quan was in despair, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Big brother Hey Tu, have mercy. Shang Xinci rushed to the scene. Xinci, looks like I couldn't hide it from you. I know you're thirsty for talent, but don't plead for this guy. This kind of person deserves to die. Fang Yuan replied coldly, but he was slowly withdrawing his strength. No, big brother Hey Tu, I want to speak. Shang Xinci insisted. She continued, Big brother, you haven't known old Mr. Zhou Quan for a long time, but I know him better. Old Mr. Zhou has always wanted to rebuild the Zhou family. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and his ambition couldn't be fulfilled. He had once spoken to me in sorrow, saying that he couldn't let go of his family. Before his wife died, she had asked him to rebuild the family. These years, he had been carrying a heavy burden, fighting hard. He had his own difficulties. It's like this. Fang Yuan withdrew most of his strength, his expression changing slightly. Why don't I remember speaking to you? Zhou Quan felt strange. When his wife died, he wasn't even at the scene. But he soon realized that this was a show put up by Shang Xinci and Fang Yuan. Actually, Fang Yuan and Shang Xinci still wanted to recruit him. They used Shang Clan City as a stage and put up a good show in front of everyone. What they said just now was a prearranged stage. Not only did they proclaim Shang Xinci's benevolence and thirsty for talent, they also gave him a way out. Such a good plan. A good plan? I, the great Zhou clan leader, have fallen in the hands of these juniors. The new generation truly surpasses the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing in his heart. There was anger, hatred, and also helplessness. I see. I didn't expect old Mr. Zhou to be such an ambitious person. However, you are still foolish. Assisting Xinci does not conflict with your ambition to rebuild the Zhou family. For your ideals, you are not afraid of death. I admire you. But you don't know, dying is easy, but enduring humiliation for your ideals, carrying a heavy burden and moving forward, that is true courage. Fang Yuan said loudly. When Zhou Quan heard this, how could he not know that Fang Yuan was giving him a way out? This was very likely the last step. If he did not grasp it, then his life would be over. He would not have any more chances. Thinking of this old man opened his mouth. Sigh. Geniuses will appear in every generation. Those who succeed are the teachers. After hearing your words today, I am enlightened. Fang Yuan released his leg. Shang Xinci was overjoyed, quickly helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain all over his body, stood up shakily, and knelt down towards Shang Xinci. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xi. What did you say? Zhou Quan actually acknowledged that silly girl as his master? In the study room, Shang Yifan heard the news and was stunned for a long time. Impossible. I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even when Shang Yizi was the young master and controlled the shops in Shang Clan City, he could not recruit him. How did she, Shang Xinci, obtain Zhou Quan's loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and exclaimed loudly. This is true. Old Steward Zhang sighed. Shang Xinci is still inexperienced, She naturally does not have the ability. But she has Fang Jing and Bai Ningbing by her side. Honestly speaking, I underestimated Fang Jing. She didn't expect him to be a shrewd man despite his rough exterior. He purposely caused a huge ruckus, forcing Zhou Quan to acknowledge him as his master. If Zhou Quan did not acknowledge him as his master, Fang Zheng would have killed him on the spot. Now, the entire street and shops are talking about this. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan endured humiliation in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fang Jing, he finally chose to submit to Shang Xianci, who is thirsty for talent. Now, Shang Xianci's prestige has reached a peak. Shang Yifan heard this and was enraged. That means, we spent so much effort to spread rumors, but it was all for them? Liars. They are all liars. These rumors must have been purposely spread by them. What a good story of a meeting between a ruler and a subject. Pa. Young Master Yifan, don't be impatient. This competition is far from over. Although Shang Xianci has talented subordinates, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. Next, with the help of Madam's forces, we still have a high chance of winning. Old Steward Zhang said calmly. Under his persuasion, Shang Yifan's emotions gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. You are right. Building a force is not something that can be done in a day. She obtained these people almost all because of Fang Jing's threats and promises. How can they truly submit? He. Next, I will sow discord and use money to bribe them. I don't believe it will be ineffective. With Shang Xianci's planning, Fang Jing and Zhou Quan's support, Wei to Xian, the three Xiong clan brothers working together, the information business regarding the martial stage was finally established. Just like Shang Xianci expected, once this business opened, it caused a huge commotion and reaction. On the first day of business, they earned back all the money they had invested in the store. On the second day, it still caused a commotion. On the third day, the excitement had yet to subside. After 7 days, Shang Xianci's 300,000 yuan stone had increased to 440,000. Shang Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Shang Xianci's force was like an iron bucket, tightly controlled by Zhou Jin. Everyone's loyalty caused the other young masters to be shocked. Shang Yifan was panicking, because he knew. If Shang Xianci continued to develop, with her ferocious momentum, she would definitely be the final winner. He started to borrow his mother's force to influence Shang clan's higher-ups. Shang Xianci's information business involved the martial stage. It was a sensitive topic. Shang clan's higher-ups and elders discussed. Just as they were about to order Shang Xianci to stop the business, Shang Yinfei stood up and supported his daughter. Shang Yinfei's stance was the final blow to Shang Yifan. Months later, Shang Yifan and his mother's force could not reverse the situation. They were defeated by Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci succeeded Shang Yazi's position, becoming one of the 10 young masters. But the sadness of parting washed away the joy of success. Big brother He Tu, are you really in such a rush to leave? Shang Xianci walked out of the city gates, sending them off. You have already succeeded in becoming a young master. With your talent, you will definitely be able to hold on to it. Xianci, all good things must come to an end. We will meet again. Don't be too sad. Fang Yuan consoled, before changing the topic. Before I leave, I have something to remind you. You have to look far ahead. Above the 10 young masters, there is still young clan leader Shang Tuahai. Above Shang Tuahai, there are the 5 important clan elders of Shang clan, and your father Shang Yinfei. Above Shang Yinfei, there are Shang clan supreme elders. Big brother, don't worry. Back then, Shang Tuahai became young clan leader at the right time. The other Shang clan young masters had the geographical advantage. I have neither the right time nor the geographical advantage. Only investors and people can fight against them. Big brother, if you need anything, just inform me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely do it for you. Shang Xianci's eyes shone with wisdom. These words made Fang Jing and Lu Qiue involuntarily look over. As expected of the outstanding female talent who would become Shang clan leader in the future. All right, we will meet again. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Shang Xianci before turning to leave. Bai Ningbing followed beside him. Their figures, one black and one white, gradually disappeared into the forest on the mountain path. Shang Xianci and the two maids stood on the spot for a long time, gazing at the direction where Fong and Bai disappeared without moving. Big brother He too. Sin Chao Mountain is dangerous. Please take care. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes became misty as she prayed in her heart. Chapter 339. The world of Gu Masters was vast and extraordinary. To the east, there was a vast sea with islands dotting it like stars in the sky. It was called Eastern Sea. To the west, there was the Gobi Desert. The oases were like pearls, sprinkling in the yellow sand. It was called Western Desert. To the north, there was a vast grassland, called Northern Plains. To the south, there was 100,000 mountain range, called Southern Border. And surrounded by Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains, and Southern Border, there was a central region called Central Continent. Central Continent had a vast territory, stretching for hundreds of millions of li. It had the most abundant primeval energy and many sections. Many heroes, righteous path and demonic path hid within. It could be said to be a land of heroes. Its overall strength was the strongest compared to north, south, east, and west. In the southern part of Central Continent, 100,000 feet above the mountains, at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, there was a huge mountain floating in the sky. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was majestic and swift, floating in the sky in the black-white Sea of Clouds. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the green trees on the mountain. The whole mountain was green and glistening. Mountain waves and peaks surged, layer upon layer. Every time the wind blew, the Sea of Clouds on the mountain moved like boiling water. The pine and bamboo forests moved like waves, and tens of thousands of cranes cried out. Iron beak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, star aurora cranes. Tens of thousands of flying cranes were either flying in the sky, resting on the pine trees or on the mountain rocks. It was a majestic and magnificent scene. The tens of thousands of cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent, and the Gu Masters on the mountain were famous in the world. This was Crane Gate, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, a peak force in Central Continent. At this time, on the sect battle stage of Crane Gate, a battle had already reached its most crucial moment. Two youths, wearing similar clothing, were fighting intensely. Both sides were advancing and retreating, sometimes tangling together, sometimes separating like they were electrocuted. Too strong. It is hard to imagine. Both sides are only in their 20s. Outside the stage, the spectators were closely watching the battle. Shock and admiration were written all over their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuanhua is a veteran expert. He was first in the last 3 years' small exam. I am not surprised that he has such strength. But junior brother Fongjing actually has such strength. It is truly shocking. Not bad. Junior brother Fongjing was the biggest dark horse in this year's 8-year entrance exam. No one would have thought that he would actually reach the finals. All these years, junior brother Fongjing has been a nobody, just like an ordinary rock. No one paid attention to him. He was completely inconspicuous. I didn't expect him to soar to the sky and become famous in the Crane Gate. Many people sighed with emotion. Some were envious, and some were jealous. Fongjing's face was solemn, his eyes gleaming as he fought with Sun Yuanhua. Over the years, he had grown taller. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was as thin as a bee's. He had developed a steady and vigorous aura. Suddenly, Fongjing threw out a dark green gale, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat, he said. His calm tone was filled with confidence. Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, just use them. Sun Yuanhua smiled, replying confidently. All right. Fongjing suddenly whistled. The sound spread out. Soon, the cries of cranes could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the sound. Countless pairs of eyes widened as countless mouths opened wide. This is an iron beak flying crane group. Oh my God. So many flying cranes. Am I hallucinating? How can this be? This is a myriad beast king. Fongjing has already cultivated to rank 4 middle stage. His talent is already unparalleled, but he can actually control a crane group of over 10,000. What method is this? Everyone was in an uproar. They were all extremely shocked and in disbelief. Even the sect elders outside the arena were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. Sun Yuanhua's expression became extremely solemn. The group of iron-beak flying cranes was imposing and imposing, making him feel extremely pressured. However, he did not plan to give up. His eyes shone with determination. Junior brother Fong, you are indeed powerful, but can you control so many flying cranes at once? I have not lost yet, because I also have a crane group. Come out. Flying Crane Mountain had millions of flying cranes. Such a geographical advantage was fully used by Crane Gate's people. Fangjing had a crane group. Sun Yuanhua was indeed a sect genius that received much attention. He also had a crane group. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's summon, a crane group soon flew out from the sky. The size of the crane group was in stark contrast to Fangjing's Iron Beak flying crane group. There were only a few hundred of them. But the cranes that Sun Yuanhua controlled were completely different from the Iron Beak flying cranes. Most of their bodies were covered in white feathers, but the tips of their wings, tails, and claws were deep blue. Under the sunlight, they shone with a metallic luster. At the same time, as they danced in the air, traces of blue lightning could be seen coiling around their bodies. Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They are ferocious, and in a one-on-one fight, ordinary iron-beak flying cranes are not their match. Master Tenchuru's voice suddenly appeared in Fangjing's mind. I understand, Master. Fangjing immediately replied, his eyes shining with brilliance as he stared at this illusion lightning crane group. While controlling the iron-beak flying crane group in his hands, they are going to collide. The iron-beak flying crane group is too huge. It is like a giant monster. Senior Brother Sun's crane group might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. No, Senior Brother Sun still has a chance of winning. Crane battles are not just a competition of numbers, but also of control. Senior Brother Sun has been cultivating hard. His ability to control cranes is top-notch in the sect. Now it all depends on Fangjing. To be honest, I don't think Fangjing will win. Fangjing might be a genius, but he is still a human. These years of cultivating to rank 4 and doing sect missions to accumulate this outstanding set of goo worms, he has already expended a lot of energy. I don't believe he still has the time and ability to control the crane group. Everyone discussed, their emotions surging. Such a huge scene was rare in the sect's 3-year small exam and 8-year high school exam. Only in the 15-year large exam would it happen occasionally. Although Fangjing had a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The current situation was like two armies facing each other. Fangjing had over 10,000 flying cranes. His army was huge, but once the numbers increased, he would not be able to control them all. He was, after all, only at rank 4 middle stage. His soul could only reach a certain level of strength, and his mental strength was also limited. And although Sun Yuanhua had few cranes, he was a group of elite soldiers, and could command them as if they were his own limbs. Adding that he spent a lot of time training, his outstanding crane control skill was widely known in the sect. The two crane groups were about to collide in the sky. But at this time, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated his aperture goo, and his body turned into a flash of lightning. With a crack, he arrived in front of Fangjing. Fangjing did not expect Sun Yuanhua to suddenly attack. This way, Sun Yuanhua would fall into the Iron Beak flying crane group's encirclement and fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Sun Yuanhua unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. As if he had gone crazy, the intensity was unprecedentedly fierce. Fangjing had lost the initiative and was suppressed by Sun Yuanhua and could only defend with all his strength. The two crane groups fought in the sky. While on the ground, Fangjing and Sun Yuanhua were engaged in an intense battle. Although the illusion lightning crane group was few in numbers, they gathered together and charged forward, tearing apart countless ironbeak flying cranes with their iron claws. In contrast, the ironbeak flying crane group was in chaos, like a swarm of headless flies. The ironbeak flying crane group could not stop this small group of illusion lightning cranes. Senior Brother Sun is mighty. The battle tactic he chose is too appropriate. That's right. Fangjing's mental strength is limited. Commanding such a large group of flying cranes is like a baby playing with a hammer, extremely clumsy. Right now, he is being attacked by senior brother Sun with all his might. He cannot even protect himself, and can only defend with his utmost concentration. How can he spare any attention to deal with the flying cranes above him? But the iron-beak flying cranes are too numerous. There are many hundred beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and even myriad beast kings. The illusion lightning crane group only has 300 beast kings and one crippled 1,000 crane king. To avoid these beast kings, the illusion lightning crane group has to charge left and right, and even if they kill large numbers of ordinary ironbeak flying cranes, they also suffer heavy losses. Sun Yuanhua and Fangjing are evenly matched, one attacking and one defending. They are extremely familiar with each other. There is no way to determine the victor. Now, let's see the outcome of the battle between the flying cranes. An elder saw the key to victory. If the ironbeak flying crane group devours the illusion lightning crane group, then Fangjing will definitely win. But if the illusion lightning crane group breaks out of the ironbeak flying crane's encirclement and rush down to help Sun Yuanhua, then Fangjing will be the loser. Persevere, persevere. Work hard to divert your attention. Look after the ironbeak flying cranes and kill all the illusion lightning cranes. If you can do that, it will be a huge breakthrough and will be of great benefit to you in the future. In Fangjing's mind, Master Tincture's voice continued to guide him. Fangjing tried his best and followed Master Tincture's instructions. But just as he was about to succeed, he would be interrupted by Sun Yuanhua's attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fangjing and had put in a lot of effort to control the crane group. Under his control, although the crane group suffered heavy losses, they were about to break out of the ironbeak flying crane's encirclement. Junior brother Fangjing, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. He laughed coldly and said. When these words entered Fangjing's ears, it suddenly drew out a scene from deep in his memories. Back then, in southern borders Qingmao Mountain, in Guyue's village, he and his own brother Fang Yuan had fought in the arena. Fang Yuan had also said the same to him. No, I cannot lose. I still have to take revenge for my family, for my aunt and uncle, for my clan leader, for Lord Qing Shu. All these years, what have I worked so hard for? I want to stand in front of my brother and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? In Fangjing's eyes, there seemed to be a raging fire burning. He endured the pain in his head and diverted his attention. The ironbeak flying cranes suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth. They swallowed the illusion lightning crane group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face was ashen. He won. The entire place was filled with praises. Chapter 340. Central Continent had many sects. It was different from Southern Borders clan system. In clans, kinship was maintained and clansmen were nurtured. But in sects, the relationship between master and disciple replaced kinship. Sects accepted disciples. As long as they had aptitude and character, they could be accepted into the sect. Because of this, Fangjing could be accepted into Crane Gate and become a member. In Immortal Crane sect, from bottom to top, they were divided into outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, legacy disciple, sect elder, sect leader, and supreme elder. 3-year small exam, they could choose to become inner disciples. 8-year middle exam, the winner could become elite disciples. 15-year large exam, they could become true disciples. Above the direct disciples were the sect elders. Crane Gate's sect elders had at least rank 4 cultivation. The sect leader was definitely rank 5, while the supreme elders were rank 6 Gu Immortals. There were even rank 7 Gu Immortals. Central Continent was the strongest region among the north, south, east, and west. And Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang Clan, because when sects chose disciples, they did not ask about their background and only chose the best. Thus, in Crane Gate, there were almost no C-grade aptitude members. B-grade aptitude was the most common, but a grade aptitude was not rare. Fangjing had a grade aptitude. He was indeed a genius. But in a peak force like Crane Gate, there were many geniuses like him. Fangjing, you are talented and diligent. Now you have rank 4 middle stage cultivation. With this cultivation, you can already become a sect elder. But you have only joined for a short period of time. You need to complete a large number of sect missions to test your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard and obtain victory in the large exam, becoming a true disciple. Crane Gate's leader sat on the sect leader's throne, looking down at the kneeling Fangjing. Yes, I will remember sect leader's teachings, Fangjing answered. Now, there's a sect mission for you and a few elite disciples to handle. Go back and think about the details of the mission. Go. As the sect leader spoke, a bookworm flew out. Fangjing respectfully excused himself after receiving it. When he returned to his residence, he lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Controlling goo worms expended a lot of mental energy. Sometimes it required a high degree of concentration, and sometimes it required multitasking, splitting one's attention. In the battle with Sun Yuanhua, Fangjing had used up all his trump cards and exhausted all his effort. He was too tired. He forced himself to meet the sect leader and complete the promotion ceremony for elite disciple. His brain was still hurting, and his head felt like it had turned into a heavy hammer. His neck and shoulders couldn't bear it, and he felt muddle-headed and light-headed. Fangjing slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he was awakened by a knock on the door. Pushing the door open, Zhang Xian saw a group of elite disciples. There were both males and females in this group. Most of them were rank 3 while some were rank 4. Unlike a family, the loyalty of a family usually didn't need to be tested, but the sect needed it. The higher up one went, the more elite disciples, true disciples, and elders would be restricted. Many people cultivated to rank 4, but were eliminated in the assessment. Thus, this resulted in many disciples and elders in the sect having rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders' battle strength was definitely higher than the disciples, because they had been selected through strict assessment step by step, and were outstanding individuals that were 1 in 10,000. Fangjing, we have the same mission. Along the way, we need to take care of each other. Fangjing, I saw your battle with Sun Yuanhua. It was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people all behaved in a very friendly manner. They all knew that Fangjing had a group of over 10,000 ironbeak flying cranes. Although Fangjing could not control them as he wished, such a powerful force made them revere him. Greetings, fellow sect members. I am ashamed to say this, but I have been sleeping these days and have not read the mission details. Fangjing cupped his fists towards everyone, feeling a little ashamed. So that's it. Then I will tell you directly, our sect mission this time is not a small matter. Fangjing, a few months ago, an earth-shattering matter happened on Tianti Mountain. Do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. Tianti Mountain? Fangjing nodded. This matter is too big. Of course I know about it. On Tianti Mountain, Fairy White Fox's inheritance suddenly appeared. Fairy White Fox is a famous righteous path figure, rank 6 Gu Immortal, and she occupies Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once this inheritance appeared, many Gu Immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they can obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, Tianti Mountain is surrounded by many Gu Immortals. Fangjing, I will tell you directly. Our mission this time is to go to Tianti Mountain and try our best to obtain this inheritance. Our Lord Crane Gate's Gu Immortal has already discussed with the lords of the other sections. In order to avoid harming our relationship, they will not make a move, and will choose a few elite disciples from their sects to have a gentleman's competition. When Fangjing heard that, his eyes widened. His eyes emitted a luster of desire. Are you serious? This is a Gu Immortal inheritance. Of course, our luck has arrived. If we can become the inheritors, we will definitely soar to the sky. There is also great hope for us to become Gu Immortals in the future. But other than our Crane Gate, there are still Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and the other top 10 forces of Central Continent. Thus, we need to cooperate with sincerity and unite our wills. Of course. Fangjing immediately nodded in agreement. Southern Border's Hua Tan Mountain was a half-dead volcano. It was thousands of meters tall, and there was a large circular hole at the peak. Lava flowed inside, and sometimes dust would rise like a huge chimney. The biggest resource on the mountain was fire charcoal. It could be seen almost everywhere. This kind of fire charcoal could burn for a long time, had low heat, and had no smoke. It was widely used in 5th Inner City by Shangclan City. It had been several days since Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stepped into Hua Tan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain, and to reach Sancha Mountain, Hua Tan Mountain was the only way. Stepping on the fire charcoal, they could feel heat from their feet, and the air was dry without a trace of moisture. Looking ahead, all they could see was the dark red color of the charcoal. There were also trees on this mountain, but these trees were short and thin. Their branches and leaves were as thin as needles. They did not obstruct one's vision. Thus, Hua Tan Mountain had a wider field of vision compared to other mountains. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing trekked on the mountain. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like 2 tiny ants crawling. In fact, they were indeed receiving attention. Hee, they are finally here. Hua Tan Mountain is a necessary route. They will definitely come to Sancha Mountain. In an inconspicuous corner, 2 demonic goo masters were hiding. They were 2 bald men. The old man was called Jiao Huang, while the young man was called Ming Tu. They were a famous assassin duo among the demonic goo masters. As long as we kill these 2, Shangclan City will not only reward us with 10,000 yuan stone, they will also give us a yellow pear token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu excitedly licked his lips, but they are both rank 4 goo masters, while we are only rank 3 peak stage. The benefits of this deal are great, but the risk is even higher. I don't know if accepting this deal is right or wrong. Jiao Huang was older and more prudent, his face showing some worry. Brother Jiao Huang, don't be scared by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4? They are only rank 4 initial stage. The goo worms in his hands were mostly rank 3 goo. Moreover, it is not like we have never killed a rank 4 goo master before. Back then, didn't that Xiao Fu Lu die in our hands? Meng Tu encouraged. Once Xiao Fu Lu was mentioned, Jiao Huang immediately frowned and said nervously, "Didn't I tell you many times? Don't mention Xiao Fu Lu anymore. He is the grandson of Shao Clan's supreme elder. If we kill him, we will offend a goo immortal. We must keep this matter to ourselves and never mention it again." Humph. So what if they are goo immortals? After so many years, aren't we still living freely? Meng Tu curled his lips unconcernedly. Goo immortals are not omnipotent, not to mention these 2 newly advanced rank 4 goo masters. Brother, don't forget the trap we painstakingly set up for them these days. Hee. Jiao Huang's expression immediately relaxed at the mention of that trap. He pondered. As long as Fang Jing and Xiao Fu Lu fall into this trap, after an intense battle, their primeval essence will be greatly damaged, and we will have a chance. That's right. Ming Tu said this. His eyes suddenly shined as he excitedly shouted. Look, they fell into the trap. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped in their tracks. The nearby mountains suddenly trembled violently. Small mountain rocks rolled down the 2 sides of the cliff. On the ground, the soil opened up as lava crocodiles crawled out. It's a lava crocodile group. There's 1,000 beast king. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused as he saw the leader of this beast group. This lava crocodile king was huge, with the body of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its whole body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. On its back, there were 2 protrusions, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcano's crater, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. The lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground and stared at Fang and Bai. Most of its attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4 initial stage goo masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king's senses were extremely sharp. It immediately sensed that between the 2, Fang Yuan's aura was more terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles slowly surrounded Fang and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fang Yuan smiled. It's just a group of underground crocodiles. Bai Ningbing, let's work together and kill this lava crocodile king. Okay, Bai Ningbing lightly answered, but his eyes were filled with battle intent and heroism. Back then, when they drifted out of Qingmao Mountain, They had met a lava crocodile king and avoided it. Now, they were no longer the same as before. They both had rank for cultivation. Even if this lava crocodile king was 1,000-beast king, it could not stop them. Chapter 341. Mountain rocks flew, crocodiles wailed. The battle was nearing its end. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood proudly on Hua Tan Mountain. Lava crocodile corpses littered the ground below them. As for the 1,000-beast king lava crocodile king, all of its bones were broken, and the 2 volcanic protrusions on its back were forcefully crushed. It wailed softly, lying on the ground as blood flowed out from the countless wounds on its body. Its claws trembled slightly, trying to dig back into the ground, but it could no longer do so. It struggled less and less, until death befell it. With the death of the 1,000-beast king, the remaining lava crocodiles scattered, burrowing into the ground and fleeing in panic. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang and Bai continued their journey. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu hid in a corner far away, not moving. These 2 famous assassins of the devil Dao had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment, like zombies. They were frightened. Are these 2 still human? They fought against the entire lava crocodile group alone. Bai Ningbing's Ice Dao is a great counter to the lava crocodiles. That was nothing, but the crux of the matter was that Fangjing was a monster in human form. The more heavily injured he is, the stronger he becomes. In the end, he easily sent the lava crocodile king flying. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. The terrifying battle prowess of Fang and Bai had greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shang Clan City, but after witnessing the entire battle, they deeply understood how terrifying Fang and Bai were. These 2 youngsters, are they really only in their 20s? Damn it, compared to them, my 40 years of life is like a dog's. Meng Tu cursed with lingering fear. Old brother Meng Tu, don't say that. You're making me too ashamed to show my face. The older Jiao Huang heaved a deep sigh. There's no doubt that these 2 are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. We are not their match at all. If I knew this, I wouldn't have accepted this deal. Old brother Jiao Huang, what you've said has instead aroused my competitive spirit, causing me to feel even more unwilling. This matter is not over. Although we can't beat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu spat on the ground and said fiercely, "Oh, what kind of opportunity?" Think about it, brother Jiao Huang. The 2 of them are going to Sancha Mountain to fish for benefits from the 3 kings' inheritance. Sancha Mountain was in chaos. There were rank 4 and 5 experts. When they got there, there would definitely be conflict. Let's find the right time. If we can pick up a bargain, that would be the best. With Meng Tu's reminder, Jiao Huang's eyes lit up. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder and said, "Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go. We will also follow to Sancha Mountain." The appearance of the lava crocodiles just now was a little strange. Fang Yuan thought to himself as he walked. The timing and location of these lava crocodiles were too coincidental. Once they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing could not sense anything, but with his previous life's experience, the astute Fang Yuan could smell a trace of a scheme. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this smell. Someone purposely set up this trap to deal with me. Then which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan, or Shang clan? Fang Yuan thought to himself. Wu clan is because I know Li Rant's identity. If I leave Shangliang Mountain, they will most likely attack. And Bai clan? I have enmity with them. I know their clan's spirit spring has dried up and extorted 3 million yuan stone from them. How can they not hate me? There is also Shang clan. I have offended many people in Shang clan. Shang Yizi and Shang Yifan bought Wei clan's people and offended Shang Pu Lao. Shang clan young masters are competing with each other. I am one of Shang Xinc's helpers. If I am killed outside, Shang Xinci will be weakened. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. I will deal with it when it comes. Fang Yuan shook his head, throwing all the complicated thoughts out of his mind, and calmed his mind. If it was before, when he was weak, he would have to put in all his effort and scheme for everything. But now that his strength had grown, He had the feeling of being unshakable no matter what happens. Central continent. Above the cloud sea, intense winds were howling. Tens of thousands of cranes were spreading their wings and flying together. Fang Zheng and the other elite disciples of Crane Gate were either standing on or sitting on the back of the cranes, rushing towards Tianti Mountain. Boss Fang Zheng, your crane group is truly majestic. This time, you will definitely shine on Tianti Mountain and sweep through everyone. An elite disciple said. As he spoke, he used a goo worm. No matter how the wind howled, it could not stop his voice from clearly entering everyone's ears. Fellow disciples, you are praising me too much. This time at Tianti Mountain, those participating in the White Fox Goo Immortal Inheritance Contest are the elites of the 10 great sections. If we want to obtain the inheritance, not only do we need strength, we also need luck. Fang Zheng said. Boss Fang Zheng, you are too humble. With your tens of thousands of cranes, who can stop you? An elite disciple immediately said, Boss Fang Zheng, you are the role model of our generation. No wonder you were sent out by the sect leader the moment you became an elite disciple. In this trip to Tianti Mountain, we will follow your lead. An elite female disciple said respectfully. Along the way, Fang Zheng had sparred with these elite disciples one by one. He was strong and had the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. Master Tenchiru's soul was placed in the spirit incubating flea and could guide him at any time. He also had the support of tens of thousands of cranes. Thus, Fang Zheng defeated the other elite disciples one by one. He was not arrogant, had a magnanimous bearing, and was even more humble. He easily won everyone's goodwill and was elected as the leader. They were all filled with admiration towards Fang Zheng. Which of the 10 great sects of Central Continent doesn't have deep foundations? I believe there must be capable people among them. Although I have the tens of thousands of cranes, I also have a weakness of not being able to command them. As for commanding the flying cranes, I still need to seek your guidance. Fang Zheng said, cupping his fists towards the people beside him. We don't dare. To be able to spar with Boss Fang Zheng is our honor. These days, Boss Fang Zheng has been training hard, and your hard work makes us all blush with shame. Boss Fang Zheng, your progress is godly, and you have great talent in controlling cranes. You only lacked practice earlier in time. You will definitely surpass Sun Yuanhua. The other elite disciples replied one after another. Their words were completely from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, Fang Zheng's progress was obvious to all. Fang Zheng couldn't help but smile. He had Master Tenchiru's guidance at all times, imparting his secret insights, and sometimes even controlling on his behalf. How could he not improve quickly? After flying for a while, the iron-beak flying cranes started to call out. Fang Zheng and the rest understood. All right, it's time, let's go down. It's time to feed the cranes. Fang Zheng stomped his foot, and under his command, the flying cranes started to dive towards the clouds below. Instantly, everyone's surroundings were filled with white fog. Soon, the fog disappeared, and everyone followed the flying cranes down to the lush ground. The flying cranes also needed to eat. The larger the crane flock, the higher the need for food. But fortunately, the iron-beak flying cranes ate everything. Sometimes, they could even eat pebbles to fill their stomachs, and were very easy to feed. Fang Zheng had this huge crane flock, but it was also troublesome. Every once in a while, he had to fly down to the ground to feed the cranes. There's a battle below. While descending, an elite disciple suddenly spoke. Everyone soon discovered the abnormality below. The 4 demonic Goo Masters laughed sinisterly, surrounding the 3 female Goo Masters and slowly closing in. It's those 4 great perverted thieves. Soon, an elite disciple revealed the identity of those 4 demonic Goo Masters with a disgusted tone. These 4 great perverted thieves were East perverted Chenin Dao, West perverted Yu Bagwang, South perverted Shi Bao, and North perverted Fan Chunyao. They had been roaming in Central Continent, and each had rank 4 cultivation. Together, they could even contend against rank 5 Goo Masters, and were extremely powerful. Look, they are surrounding Heavenly Lotus Sect's little fairy by Xia. An elite disciple with a sharp gaze shouted, Demonic cultivators, everyone has the right to punish them. Fang Jing's expression was extremely cold, and without thinking too much, he immediately commanded the crane flock to dive down. Hee. Fairy by Xia can't escape this calamity today. To think my luck is so good today, to be able to obtain little fairy by Xia's grace. Even if I suffer heavy injuries, it is worth it. The four great perverted thieves winked at each other, gradually approaching the three female Gu masters of Heavenly Lotus sect. Damn it! Little fairy by Xia almost crushed her teeth. She was heavily injured and wanted to break out of the encirclement, but she was powerless. Just as she gradually felt despair and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide, a group of cranes suddenly cried out in unison. Who is it? The four great perverted thieves raised their heads and shouted in unison. Crane Gate's elite disciple, Fang Jing. Fang Jing stepped on the iron-beak flying Crane King's back, his voice like thunder. He stood proudly on the crane's back, his body robust, thick eyebrows and fierce eyes staring at the four perverted thieves, before pointing his finger. The elite disciples behind him, as well as over 10,000 iron-beak flying cranes, passed him and charged towards the four perverted thieves. Oh my God, so many cranes. They are the elite disciples of one of the 10 great sects, Crane Gate. Oh no, we are injured. We are not their match, let's retreat first. The four great perverted thieves judged the situation and turned around to run, quickly running far away, their figures vanishing from everyone's sight. These demonic dregs, they don't have any other abilities, but they can run fast. The elite disciples laughed loudly. Are you all right? Fang Jing walked down from the crane's back and arrived in front of little fairy by Xia, asking warmly, I am fine. Thank you, young master Fang Jing, for saving my life. Fairy by Xia looked at Fang Jing, her face flushed red, her gaze filled with infatuation. She had thought she could not escape this calamity, but she did not expect a hero to descend from the sky. Chapter 342. Two young dolls, leave behind your yuan stone. Strip off your clothes and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will spare your lives. Hee. A rank 3 demonic Gu master old man with disheveled hair suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Fang Yuan and by Ning Bing. Hee. Old monster He sure is making things difficult for the newbies again. These 2 youngsters are unlucky to meet old monster He sure. That girl looks really good. Why does she look familiar? Too bad old monster He sure is here, otherwise we would have made a move. In the darkness, many demonic Gu masters looked over and laughed sinisterly. Bam! Fang Yuan's response was very straightforward, directly using a beast phantom. The moment he moved, the breath concealment Gu's effect immediately dissipated, and a rank 4 aura burst out. Old monster He sure's face immediately showed a horrified expression. He wanted to escape, but by Ning Bing attacked at the same time, restraining his movements. Old monster He sure was directly hit by the beast phantom, and his whole body was smashed into meat paste. Blood, bone shards, and brain matter mixed together and splattered everywhere. Damn. These 2 youngsters are rank for Gu masters. I remember, they are the black and white twin demons. One is called Fang Jing, the other is by Ning Bing. They are both geniuses of the demonic path. They shine brightly in Shangclan City's battle stage, especially Fang Jing. People call him Little Beast King, almost dominating the place. Why did they come out? The temptation of Sancha Mountain's inheritance is too great. They were also attracted here. Old monster He sure kicked an iron plate, dying so miserably. In the darkness, countless demonic Gu masters' eyes almost popped out. They were extremely shocked. Fang Yuan did not feel satisfied after killing old monster He sure. With a thought, he sent out a beast phantom and pounced towards a certain shadow. Bam! With a loud sound, a certain demonic Gu master hiding in the shadow was smashed into meat paste by Fang Yuan. In the darkness, countless demonic Gu masters drew in cold breaths. Jin Shinjin is also dead. Little Beast King is too murderous. He doesn't even let bystanders go. Go. Even old monster Blackrock is no match for them. If we're too late, we won't be able to leave. The forest moved. The stone was lifted, and countless black shadows scuttled out, running in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched quietly without stopping them. They trekked all the way and got closer to Sancha Mountain. The more demonic goo masters they encountered. Normally, he would only meet these people occasionally. But Sancha Mountain was like a fragrant honey, attracting all the flies, bees, and so on. Even before reaching Sancha Mountain, all sorts of demons and monsters are fighting to appear. One can imagine how chaotic Sancha Mountain's situation is right now. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. His tone was grave. Since Sancha Mountain's three kings' inheritance had appeared, it had already been a few months, and it had caused a huge impact in the southern border. Countless figures. One by one, they all rushed there. The righteous path and the demonic path fought with each other for a spot to enter the inheritance. Sancha Mountain had become a meat grinder. Every day, a large number of lives were lost in open battles and plots. Kill, we can only kill to gain fame. Kill until these people are terrified, only then will they not dare to provoke us. Fang Yuan sneered, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Fang Yuan knew, reputation is very important when you are outside. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing mingled in Shangclan City. Although their reputation had spread, it was mostly limited to the city. Many people did not understand Fang Yuan and Bai. Making a name for himself by killing his way out would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's future plans. Good. We will continue to use breath concealment goo to conceal our rank 4 aura. This way, the process of killing will be very exciting and interesting. It will leave a deep impression on others and make them remember it for life. Bai Ningbing smiled, her blue eyes flashing with a cold light. She was as beautiful as an ice fairy, untainted by dust. Her words were like a venomous scorpion, filled with terrifying killing intent. Breath concealment goo was only a rank 3 goo. Fang and Bai were barely able to use it to conceal their rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan advanced to rank 4 initial stage. Many goo on him would need to be replaced. Bai Ningbing was the same. There are many goo I need in the Three Kings' inheritance. As long as I obtain these goo, my set of strength path goo worms will be greatly perfected. They will be a huge help to me advancing to rank 5 and roaming the mortal world. Looking at the time, Central Continent's Who Immortal Blessed Land should be opening soon, right? Fairy White Fox is a rank 6 goo immortal. The inheritance she left behind is extremely complete, many times better than the Three Kings' inheritance. Unfortunately, I am not in Central Continent. No, even in Central Continent, I am not a disciple of the 10 Great Sects and cannot participate in the contest on Tianti Mountain. What a pity. Fang Yuan looked towards Central Continent's direction before continuing to move forward. Bai Ningbing was silent, walking beside him. The two crossed mountains, rampaging around, directly killing demonic goo masters and righteous goo masters they met. His ruthless reputation quickly spread. In Fang Yuan's opinion, every stage has its own corresponding and suitable development path. When they are weak, they need to keep a low profile, act in the dark, endure hardships, and secretly develop. When they are strong, they need to spread their fame and make a move when it is time to make others feel fear, dread, and fear. Sometimes, reputation is a more powerful weapon than strength. Soon, Bai Ningbing felt the benefits of reputation. When they had just set off, they were often troubled by goo masters along the way. For example, that old monster Black Rock dared to come out with merely rank 3 cultivation. Fang and Bai's age, as well as Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty, were all reasons that caused others to have the impulse to commit crimes. But now, even if Fang and Bai used breath concealment goo and concealed their cultivation, they were unobstructed, saving them a lot of trouble. They had not even reached Sancha Mountain, but their bad reputation had already spread. Good deeds are not famous, but bad deeds spread far and wide. This kind of bad reputation spread the fastest. Right now, everyone knew that there were 2 rising stars of the demonic path. Both were rank 4 geniuses. They charged towards Sancha Mountain with fierce momentum, killing people at the drop of a hat. They were both terrifying characters. On this day, they finally reached the foot of Sancha Mountain. Sounds of fighting suddenly came from the front. Don't come over. Don't come over. A female goo master's clothes were torn. Her shoulders and thighs were exposed as she panted, her face full of panic. "Heh heh heh, little beauty, just obediently follow us. If you resist, Big Brother will cut off your pretty face. Don't resist. Later, Big Brother will make you wish you were dead. Ha ha ha." Several demonic goo masters' eyes flickered with a wolf-like green light as they continuously attacked the female goo master. The female goo master did her best to resist, but she was alone. She was powerless. The situation was firmly controlled by the male goo masters. Damn it! Damn it! The female goo master bit her full lower lip with her pearly white teeth, her face full of panic and panic. She retreated step by step, the clothes on her body continuously getting cut. Her smooth and silky hair was in a mess. As she dodged, half of her chest bounced up and down like a rabbit, causing the surrounding demonic goo masters to howl uncontrollably. "Someone save me! Someone save me! I have 30,000 yuan stone here." The female goo master screamed, her delicate voice igniting the lust in the goo masters' hearts. "Nobody move. This little girl is our 10 tyrants' prey. Our boss will also come over later." "That's right. We can give up 30,000 yuan stone. We will enjoy it first. You can continue later." Hee hee. Some righteous goo masters wanted to save her, but hearing the name of the 10 tyrants, they immediately chose to retreat. The boss of the 10 tyrants was a rank 4 goo master. "Who can save me? Please save me." The female goo master's voice was melancholy, like a cuckoo crying blood. She continued to run, asking for help everywhere, but everywhere she went, the goo masters all retreated and avoided her. Only Fong and Bai stood on the spot, coldly watching from the sidelines. "Young masters, please be merciful and save me." The female goo master's eyes shone with the light of hope, begging with tears on her face as she ran towards Fong Yuan. "Where did these 2 brats come from? Mind your own business. We are the 10 tyrants of Southern Mountain. You 2 young juniors, eh? Something's not right." These demonic goo masters' expressions suddenly changed as they recognized Fong and Bai. Although that person is dressed as a man, she is actually a woman. These 2 are a man and a woman. One black clothed with black hair and black eyes, the other white clothed with silver hair and blue eyes. Don't tell me they recently debuted. Black and white twin demons. Their momentum came to a halt as they nervously stared at Fong and Bai, their eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. They had heard of Fong and Bai's reputation the most recently. Although these 2 were young, they were true geniuses of the demonic path. They were extremely vicious and merciless, with a deep killing nature, especially when they had rank for cultivation. This kind of cultivation was incredible. Rank 1 was considered mediocre, rank 2 was a small fry, and rank 3 was a cornerstone, able to hold their own. Rank 4 was already an expert among goo masters, the leader of an ordinary clan. Even among the 10 tyrants, only their boss was at rank 4 middle stage. As for rank 5, they occupied the peak of the mortal world and were few in number. In the huge southern border, with 100,000 famed mountains and countless heroes, there were only over 100 of them. "Lord Twin Demons, save me, please save me." The female goo master ran to Fong and Bai's feet, kneeling on the ground and begging. The surrounding goo masters all focused their gazes on them. These 2 are the recently famous black and white twin demons. They are actually so young. 10 tyrants against black and white twin demons. One has been famous for a long time, while the other is a rising star of the demonic path. This is interesting. As long as the boss of the 10 tyrants does not appear, these people are not the match of black and white twin demons. Black and white twin demons gained an advantage and saved that beauty for no reason. KSK, Little Beast King will have many beauties in the future. His luck with women is really not shallow. Under everyone's gazes, Fong Yuan lightly took a step back. "Save you? Why should I save you? Because of your meager beauty? Or because you think I have a kind nature and love to help others?" Fong Yuan looked down at the female goo master with a cold gaze. The female goo master looked at Fong Yuan in a daze. Fong Yuan sneered and looked at the 10 tyrants members behind him. "You guys continue, I will not make a move. Since the journey is boring, let me watch a good show." Chapter 343. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, the 10 Tyrants members' expressions eased up. Soon after, one of them anxiously pounced and pressed the female Gu Master to the ground. The female Gu Master struggled helplessly. The 10 Tyrants member laughed loudly and stretched out his demonic palm, tearing. Swoosh! The female Gu Master's silk clothes were torn apart, revealing the bright red undergarment inside. This scene caused the surrounding wolves to howl. The demonic Gu Masters were extremely excited. Many righteous Gu Masters gritted their teeth. Someone wanted to make a move, but was stopped. Don't. Not only the 10 Tyrants, but also the black and white twin demons. Are you courting death? Moreover, that female Gu Master is clearly not a righteous person. Don't worry about this. Damn it. Demonic cultivators are truly scum of the world, despicable and shameless to the extreme. Some Gu Masters were indignant, clenching their fists. Many female Gu Masters could not bear to watch and turned their faces away, closing their eyes. No, no. I beg you, please stop. The female Gu Master screamed for help in vain. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, glancing at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sneered, looking at them silently. Greetings to the black and white twin demons. Thank you for being merciful today and watching from the sidelines. We will definitely report this to boss. A Gu Master from the 10 Tyrants walked forward, smiling politely as he cupped his fists towards Fong and Bai. The other members walked towards the female Gu Master. One of them spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, "Little bitch, do you think you can seduce the black and white double ghosts with just a few pleas? Naive. Fool. You're having fun running away. I will let you die." Hee hee. The other laughed lewdly, his expression extremely vulgar. The one riding on the female Gu Master was about to make his move. But right at this moment, a pink light burst out from the female Gu Master's body. The male Gu Master was caught off guard and was sent flying by this pink light. He was like a shooting star, flying far away and smashing on the ground 100 steps away, immediately fainting. What? This female Gu Master is still causing trouble? Brothers, let's attack together. How dare you? Do you still want to resist? The other members of the 10 Tyrants shouted as they pounced at the female Gu Master. But in the next moment, the pink light exploded, and screams rang out one after another. The members of the 10 Tyrants were all swept away. The female Gu Master had an arrogant battle strength. Her eyes were cold and demonic. The disguise on her body faded away like dust, revealing an even more bewitching appearance. The members of the 10 Tyrants laid limply on the ground, each and every one of them horrified. Who knew what method this female Gu Master used to make them feel weak all over, unable to even get up? The ferocious 10 Tyrants member was actually not a match for the female Gu Master. This sudden change caused the expressions of all the onlookers to change. Many people were flabbergasted and astonished by what they saw. Only Fong Yuan's expression did not change, as if he had expected it. The female Gu Master giggled. She showed her true appearance. Her charming eyes could captivate one's soul. Her body was graceful. Her front and back were curvy, like a gorgeous peach smiling in the spring breeze, extremely alluring. Taking advantage of this time, the 10 Tyrants members got up from the ground. Their strength began to gradually recover. Even so, the fear on their faces did not diminish in the slightest. It was because the female Gu Master's body was emitting a genuine rank 4 aura. This female Gu Master's cultivation was actually rank 4. Countless people's expressions changed. They were moved by this discovery. Little Beast King, you actually left a beauty to die? Are you still a man? The female Gu Master looked at Fong Yuan, her charming eyes revealing grief and anger, giving people a feeling of love and hate. At once, almost all the male Gu Masters stared blankly. Many Gu Masters even started to hate Fong Yuan out of jealousy. If they could get a glance from this woman, it would be worth it even if they died. But Fong Yuan was not moved. His tone was like ice, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Who may err? You think you can fool me with this bit of acting? The female Gu Master's pupils shrunk. She did not expect Fong Yuan to directly expose her identity, but she quickly recovered, her dark red little mouth slightly curled up. I didn't expect my lowly name to be known by Lord Little Beast King. This lowly one is really honored. It's just that I haven't torn off my disguise before. So how did you see through it, sir? Fang Yuan laughed. Before you revealed your true identity, I was only guessing. Whether I guessed right or wrong, there is no loss, isn't there? Even though Hu Mei Er was a demonic cultivator, hearing Fang Yuan's cold and heartless words, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. It is actually her. This woman is a famous demoness of the demonic path. She is extremely terrifying. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance. She is actually a merciless demoness who eats people without spitting out their bones. She is extremely vicious. Hu Mei Er has a wide circle of friends. She has affairs with many demonic goo masters. How did the 10 tyrants offend her? The members of the 10 tyrants were supporting each other. Their faces were pale as paper without a trace of blood. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they could tell that they had been tricked by Hu Mei Er. Hu Mei Er's strength was rank 4. It was more than enough to deal with them. The disguise and performance earlier were all to trick them. It was very likely that she was using them to probe and get close to the black and white demons. But Little Beast King's gaze was sharp. He actually saw through Hu Mei Er's disguise. Ha ha ha, Fangjing, you really have a heart of stone. You really have a heart of stone. But don't be too pleased. You have been in the limelight these days. Right now, the whole of Sancha Mountain knows that 2 demonic path geniuses have come. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, many seniors and experts want to measure you. You have already offended many people. I advise you to stop here. Otherwise, it will not be worth it if you lose your life on the mountain. Hu Mei Er laughed. Oh, that means you are the first person to measure us? Hee hee, why are you worried about our safety? As for offending people, the thing I am least afraid of is offending people. Even if I offend everyone in the world. So what? Fang Yuan lowered his head and spoke in a plain tone, but his words made people feel a chill. Hu Mei Er's eyes shone brightly. Her charming eyes were filled with splendor. She covered her mouth and giggled. Well said. You are really courageous. I like it. Not afraid of offending people? Then let me tell you, by looking down on my appearance, you have already offended me. In this world, only vile people and women are hard to deal with. I am not only a woman, I am also a vile person. Hee hee hee, Little Beast King. Let's ride a donkey and read a libretto. Wait and see. I hope you can leave the mountain alive. Hu Mei Er's eyes shone sharply. After saying this, she flicked her sleeves and left. Extremely direct and efficient. Everyone looked at her pink dress, her long sleeves fluttering in the wind as she flew away in a beautiful manner. They were all speechless. Hu Mei Er. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. This Hu Mei Er was a famous demoness of the demonic path. Her origins were extremely mysterious. No one knew about her background. In his previous life, she was very active, stirring up trouble everywhere, sowing dissension and creating a bloodbath. She cultivated the enchantment path, focusing on bewitching people. Using her beauty, she controlled many demonic path experts. Her subordinates were all over southern border. There were even rank 5 Gu masters among them. There were also many rank 4 Gu masters who fought for her affections. However, others did not know her origins, but that did not mean Fang Yuan did not know. This demoness had a huge origin. She was the granddaughter of Granny Mei Hua. Granny Mei Hua was a rank 6 Gu immortal of southern border, occupying Mei Hua blessed land. The demoness recruited subordinates everywhere. She was especially fond of young talents. 100 years later in his previous life, she gathered all her forces and went to Xiyang Mountain. No one knew what happened on the mountain, but the result was that she went down the mountain alone. What was worth mentioning was, she was only a rank 4 Gu master when she went up the mountain, but when she left, she was already rank 5 peak stage. This demoness has an unspeakable scheme. Right now, she has already started to use her enchantment path to recruit people. To think that in this life, I actually attracted her interest. Fang Yuan compared it to his previous life and sighed. Using the huge advantage of rebirth, he rapidly developed and became the candidate that Hu Mei Er wanted. Hu Mei Er saw his potential and wanted to develop him into a subject under her skirt. But how could this be possible? In the 500 years of my previous life, I have already seen through worldly pleasures. But enchantment path has its merits. I have to guard against it. Humayer is definitely going to incite others to find trouble with me. She has a goose set by Granny Mei Hua. If I want to kill her, I need to make sufficient preparations and isolate that goo for now. Hee hee. Let's see which blind fool dares to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan continued to ponder in his heart. Unable to kill Humayer for the time being, Fang Yuan could only deal with whatever comes his way. Fortunately, Humayer's enchantment path had not reached great success yet. The subordinates she could bewitch were at most rank 4. As long as they were not rank 5, Fang Yuan was not afraid. He was confident that with his experience and the set of goo worms in his hands, even if he could not win, he might not lose. Central Continent, Tian Mountain. Riding on flying cranes, Fang Zheng and the others traveled day and night, finally arriving here. Before him, many elite disciples of the 10 great sects had already arrived. It's Crane Gates people. Why is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy by Xia with Crane Gate? Who is that kid? Fairy by Xia is talking and laughing with him. I have never seen Fairy by Xia talking so happily with someone of the same generation. The arrival of Fang Jing and the others naturally attracted everyone's attention. By Xia, you are here too. Do you know, ever since we parted, I have been looking forward to meeting you again. I guess that you would come to Hu Immortal Inheritance this time. So I begged Master to send me here as well. A young man immediately went up to greet Fairy by Xia when he saw her. Bai Xia was talking and laughing with Fang Zheng, but when she saw this person, her smile froze. Chapter 344. So it's young Master Wei. No need to worry, young Master Wei. Thanks to young hero Fang Zheng's help, Bai Xia is safe and sound. Bai Xia Fairy avoided Wei Wushang's burning gaze and bowed. Young hero Fang? Wei Wushang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Zheng, who was beside Bai Xia Fairy. Hello, I am Fang Zheng of Crane Gate. Fang Zheng had a slight smile on his face as he cupped his fists and bowed, exuding a friendly intent. Young hero Fang Zheng is an elite disciple of Crane Gate, the first in this year's high school entrance exam. He can control thousands of cranes. It's all thanks to these cranes that we could reach Heaven Ladder Mountain so quickly. Bai Xia Fairy looked at Fang Zheng as she spoke. Her face blushed shyly and her tone hid a hint of sweetness. On the way here, she and Fang Zheng had a pleasant conversation and were very congenial. Cranes? These are only ironbeak flying cranes, just that their numbers are slightly greater. Wei Wushang's eyes flickered as he hated Fang Zheng to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and raised a palm, returning a bow to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng, you're an elite disciple of Crane Gate? Very good, very good. I've long heard of Crane Gate's crane controlling technique and have long wanted to learn from it. Please give me some pointers this time. With that, Wei Wushang strode forward and glared at Fang Zheng with a threatening light in his eyes. Fang Zheng was slightly stunned as he sensed the other's hostility and felt baffled. Ha ha. In his heart, Master Tinshiru's laughter rang out. It's the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Disciple, you've already incurred the enmity of many by saving the little girl Bai Xia this time. This little girl Bai Xia is a great beauty. She obviously favors you now. You're in big trouble. This Wei Wushang is the first challenger. Favors me? Fang Zheng let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Speaking of love, his heart throbbed with sorrow. All these years, the figure of a woman had always existed in his heart. She was only a mortal, very ordinary, very ordinary. She was far inferior to Fairy Bai Xia. But in Fang Zheng's heart, she was unusually playful and cute. Fang Zheng's deepest and most beautiful memory of the time they had spent together. Unfortunately, she had already perished, no longer in this world. She was Shen Shui, the former personal maid of Fang Yuan. Thinking of Shen Shui, Fang Zheng's heart became gloomy. The woman I like is already dead. Master, you also know that all these years, I've been diligently studying and training. My biggest goal is to defeat my elder brother, to avenge my ancestors, and to complete the unfulfilled wishes of my uncle and aunt, Shen Shui, Lord Patriarch, and Lord Qingshu. Although the Guyue village has been destroyed, there are still people from the Guyue clan. Ha ha ha, my foolish disciple. Even if you have such intentions, this Wei Wuxiang will not let you off. Since you have already saved Fairy by Xia, why don't you have any awareness of this? Master Tenchiru laughed. But I don't want to spar with him. I have already heard of this Wei Wuxiang's name in Crane Gate. He is a healing Gu master, the rising star of Heaven's Envy Manor, and an A-grade genius in name only. He is most proficient in healing himself. Often, after an intense battle, there is not even a trace of injury on his body. If I fight with him, even if I defeat him, my strength will also be affected. It will also be disadvantageous to the fight for the Gu immortal inheritance. Fang Zheng frowned as he replied in his heart. Master Tenchiru laughed heartily. Don't worry. Fight well. Gu immortal inheritance on Tianti Mountain has its own mysteries. It is not a competition of pure battle strength, but a competition of willpower and soul power. With my soul secretly assisting you, you will have an enormous advantage. After pausing for a while, Master Tenchiru continued. You are still too young. You don't know the use of fame. Sometimes, fame is more convenient and useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and accumulate fame. Use more flying cranes. You don't need to care about these beasts' lives. In any case, Crane Gate has a lot of them. If they are used up, you can replenish them after returning to the sect. Hearing his master say this, Fang Zheng could only sigh and say to Wei Wuxiang, If you want to fight, then let's fight. Very well. Please. Wei Wuxiang sneered and stomped on the ground, his body shooting into the sky like lightning. Fang Zheng was not to be outdone. He waved his hand and stepped on the back of the cranes. Tens of thousands of iron-beak, flying cranes chirped together, as if they were welcoming their king. The battle was about to start. The surrounding people could not help but become excited. Boss Fang Zheng, do your best. Beat this sissy from Heaven's Envy Manor. Crane Gate's elite disciples shouted. Junior brother Wei, teach this kid a lesson. Wei Wuxiang naturally had his supporters. Wei Wuxiang nodded, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Fang Zheng's 10,000 cranes could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He also had his own trump card. Let's fight. Wei Wuxiang activated the Gu worms in his body. His body flashed in the air and vanished. At the next moment, space ruptured. He crossed hundreds of steps and directly appeared in front of Fang Zheng. It's actually breaking space Gu? This time, even Master Tenchiru was shocked. A fierce battle was about to begin. At the same time, on Sancha Mountain, in a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered together. That means you were all used by Hu Mei Air as chess pieces to probe the black and white demons? The leader of the 10 tyrants, Tyrant Hung Mei, muttered, That's right, boss, this time, that demoness played with us. She even heavily injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you need to seek justice for us. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants shouted. Slap. Tyrant Hung Mei fiercely slapped. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants was fiercely slapped on the face, spinning on the spot. Bo boss. He covered his face, looking at Tyrant Hung Mei in shock. Heavily injured? Heavily injured is a good thing, as long as you are not dead. You bunch of sperm-addled things. Take care of your lower bodies. Before coming here, I instructed you to be careful with your words and actions. Do you think this is still the Southern Mountain? Tyrant Hung Mei scolded in pain. Wrong. This is Sancha Mountain. Be it Kong Ri Tian, Longqing Tian, Wu Shintong, or Yichong. Any one of them can crush you to death like an ant. Although you are all rank 3, what is the most important thing for you to be able to roam freely here? It's all because of my reputation. Take this as a warning to all of you. I also want to tell you, don't even think of finding trouble with Hu Mei Air. This little demoness is extremely charming. She has a wide circle of friends. She is flirting with Lin Sanqi, has rumors about Li Xian, and even has an affair with Mo Wu Tian. Tyrant Hung Mei's words no doubt shocked the 9 brothers present. Lin Sanqi was a rank 4 demonic path Gu master. Not only was he skilled in metal path, he was also an earth path Gu master. He had extreme metal and earth. He had been famous for a long time. Li Xian's cultivation was also not weak. He was not a native of southern border. He had wandered here from Eastern Sea. He was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path. He was most proficient in profiteering, buying low and selling high. He had a wide network. Many demonic path Gu masters who committed crimes went to him to sell their goods. As for Imo Wu Tian, he was even scarier. He had inherited the mysterious inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal. He was the #1 rising star of the demonic path, an absolute genius. Be it Lin Sanqi, Li Xian, or Imo Wu Tian, they were all rank 4 Gu masters. These important people all have an affair with that demoness? The tyrant members heard the boss words and their faces turned pale, their hearts trembling in fear. I will tell you one more time. This is not Nanshan. Sai, I told you to use your brains and remember more, but you didn't listen to me. Sai, this 3 kings inheritance is not a small matter. I wonder how many more powerful people will appear. Tyrant Hung Mei sighed. The other brothers looked at each other. They were speechless. Tyrant Hung Mei saw that it was about time and changed the topic. But you don't need to worry too much. Right now, on Sancha Mountain, for rank 5 Gu masters are keeping each other in check. No one dares to act rashly. We, the 10 tyrants of Nanshan, are not to be trifled with. We cannot suffer this loss for nothing. Let's go. Follow me to meet the black and white demons. Boss, you are going to meet the black and white demons personally? Some members expressed shock. Boss, you are a rank 4 middle stage, an old senior of the demonic path. When you roamed the world, those 2 were still drinking milk. That's right. Boss, let's call them over. You are giving them too much face by going to meet them personally. What do you know? Tyrant Hung may immediately be raided. These black and white demons are so young. They didn't do anything to you this time. It means they know of my reputation and know their limits. But they are youngsters. They care about their reputation. I've given them enough face by personally paying them a visit. Then, I will propose an alliance to deal with who may err. They will definitely agree. Hee hee. Boss, I understand. You are using them as cannon fodder. Boss, you are really wise and mighty. These black and white demons are only over 20 years old. They are too young. Now that they are enemies with who may err, they will definitely be overjoyed to hear your suggestion. Once boss takes action, you are truly extraordinary. The 10 tyrants members flattered. Ha ha ha. Tyrant Hung Mei raised his head and laughed, waving his hand. Brothers, follow me to visit the black and white demons. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing raised their heads and looked at Sancha Mountain Peak. This Sancha Mountain had a peculiar shape. From the foot of the mountain, it was divided into 3 peaks. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge fork, pointing towards the sky. Above the 3 peaks was the entrance to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, 3 pillars of light would appear at the peak of the mountain, allowing people to enter. When the number of people reached a certain amount, the light pillar would disappear and the entrance would close. After that, there would be Gu masters who failed to pass the trial and would be sent out. Of course, every time, a large number of Gu masters would lose their lives. Chapter 345. Sancha Mountain was originally deserted. It was the border between Che clan and Zhua clan. But ever since the inheritance, it became very lively, with people moving about in the forest from time to time. Small conflicts often occurred, but Sancha Mountain was currently in a peaceful period. Every time the light pillar opened, the number of people who could enter was limited. At that time, Sancha Mountain would definitely erupt into a storm of carnage. To fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, Gu masters all chose to station themselves on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the Gu master, the closer they would be to the mountain peak. This was called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. When the inheritance appears, forcefully rushing in would be fast and convenient. The cave Fang Yuan chose was halfway up the mountain. Looking at the cave entrance, it was obvious someone was living there. Sure enough, once he got close to the cave, a loud and clear voice came from inside. This is my, Meng Kuang's, territory. Quickly leave. Otherwise you will die a horrible death. Ha ha ha. Meng Kuang? What is this? This place is not bad. I like it, Scram. Fang Yuan stood at the cave entrance and laughed loudly, giving his ultimatum. Damn it, you really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Following this voice, a strong man walked out of the cave. His upper body was naked, and he was wearing ragged pants made of coarse hemp. His body was covered with green snake scales, and his face was covered with a big beard. His eyes were bloodshot, and his black hair was messy. His beard was blowing, and his eyes were glaring. He walked out of the cave with a fierce expression. You two are blind. Ugh. Mang Kuang cursed at Fong and Bai, but suddenly his pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. You two, are you the black and white twin demons? What do you think? Bai Ning Bing smiled faintly, her blue eyes flickering with killing intent. Mang Kuang only felt a chill rising from his spine and spreading to his whole body. The black and white twin demons were rank 4 Gu Masters, while he was only rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, Mang Kuang had recently been hearing how these two killed without batting an eye, and how ruthless their methods were. Damn it! Mang Kuang, was hiding in this cave. Who did I offend? This is truly a calamity falling from the sky. Mang Kuang's heart trembled. The expression on his originally fierce face suddenly changed. His raised eyebrows drooped down, and his widened eyes narrowed into slits. The corners of his mouth that had curved down immediately curled up. He tried his best to smile and express his goodwill. For the two sirs to take a liking to my cave abode, this is the good fortune that I have cultivated in my previous life. Mang Kuang bent over and rubbed his hands together, giving a flattering smile to Fong and Bai. His body was tall and sturdy, but his head was hunched, and his originally arrogant and overbearing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Coupled with his rough appearance, he simply looked like a clown. Oh, you're quite sensible. You can scram now. Fong Yuan waved his hand and said, Yes, yes, yes. Python Kuang felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly ran off into the distance. Fong Yuan chased the python away and walked into the cave with Bai Ning Bing. This cave had already been set up very well by Mang Kuang, so there was no need to spend any more effort to set it up. Sancha Mountain is filled with danger. For the next 8 days, we will take turns to keep watch. When one person sleeps, the other person must be awake. Fong Yuan warned Bai Ning Bing. Of course. Bai Ning Bing nodded. Humayer will not let this go. In these 8 days, we will have endless troubles. But it's also good that these people came to us to establish our might, which is exactly what we want. As Fong Yuan spoke, a voice came from outside the cave. Is the black and white twin demons here? I am Tyrant Hung Mei. I have long heard of your great names. I have specially come to pay a visit. Tyrant Hung Mei? Isn't this the boss of the 10 tyrants? I heard that this person is cruel, cultivates the strength path, likes to eat children's meat, and does evil in Nanshan. Bai Ning Bing glanced at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sneered in his heart. This tyrant Hung Mei, he had originally planned to find trouble with him. To think that he actually came to him. The two walked out of the cave entrance and saw 8 people standing outside. The one at the front had a majestic body, his chest was bare, and his chest was covered with black chest hair. His whole body emitted a dense aura of rank 4 middle stage. But at this moment, this demonic character who was famous for his cruelty was smiling. Seeing Fong and Bai, he immediately cupped his fists, and at first glance, he looked like a graceful black bear. To think that black and white twin demons, these two youngsters have such a huge background. Tyrant Hong Mei purposely spoke in a loud voice, attracting the attention of many Gu masters. Even Tyrant Hong Mei came to pay a visit to them. Many people were surprised. Fortunately, I ran out. When has Tyrant Hong Mei been so polite? Mang Kuang had not run far, and was holding his chest, feeling a lingering fear. Tyrant Hong Mei, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Fong Yuan replied. Tyrant Hong Mei's smile deepened, thinking that Fong Yuan was going to pay him a visit. But who would have thought that Fong Yuan's next sentence would make his smile freeze? Fong Yuan said, I heard you are also a strength path Gu master. Let's have a life and death battle to see who is stronger. I, Fong Jing, walk the strength path, and I will become number 1 in the strength path. Hand over your life. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated his goo worm and charged towards Tyrant Hung Mei. What? Tyrant Hung Mei reacted, shocked and furious. He had tried to befriend him, but to think that this Fang Zhe did not appreciate it and charged towards him without saying a word. What kind of person is this? Is he still human? Is there something wrong with his brain? Fang Yuan did not care about what he was thinking. He moved quickly and rushed towards Tyrant Hung Mei. All-out effort goo. He did not say a word and directly charged over. Howl. The shadow of a brown bear instantly appeared in the air behind him. Violence goo. Tyrant Hung Mei opened his eyes wide in anger. He did not dodge and raised his arms. Once violence goo was activated, his body expanded and his strength rose sharply. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely collided with Tyrant Hung Mei, and the latter retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan was repelled by the huge force. Tyrant Hung Mei was rank 4 middle stage, leading the other 9 people. He had dominated the southern mountain for many years and had a deep foundation. Little beast king, I gave you face, but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Hung Mei shouted, but did not pursue. He was rank 4 middle stage, and after fighting with Fang Yuan, he knew that he was weaker than him, only rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only a rank 4 Fang Yuan, there was also Bai Ningbing, standing there. Tyrant Hung Mei thought he was confident in defeating Fang Zheng, but it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. Tyrant Hung Mei, why are you so wishy-washy? Bai Ningbing, deal with the others. Leave Tyrant Hung Mei to me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, shrugging his arms, and took large strides towards Tyrant Hung Mei. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't deal with him, I'll do it. Bai Ningbing slightly raised his eyebrows, his blue eyes flickering with brilliance. 2 juniors who boast shamelessly. Hearing Fang and Bai's words, Tyrant Hung Mei felt his lungs were about to explode from anger. He had a bad temper to begin with, and being able to endure it earlier was already an extraordinary display. Now that he knew this matter would not end peacefully, he threw everything aside, and killing intent surged in his heart. Fight! Both sides collided. Fang Yuan faced Tyrant Hung Mei, while Bai Ningbing suppressed the other members. What a chaotic battle! Mountain rocks cracked, mountain streams stopped flowing, caves caved in, and thunderous explosions resounded. The more Tyrant Hung Mei fought, the more apprehensive he became. Fang Yuan possessed bitter strength goo. The more injured he was, the greater his strength and battle strength. He had just fought with Fang Yuan, and felt that the so-called Little Beast King was only a so-so. But halfway through the battle, his expression turned grave. When Fang Yuan was able to use 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Hung Mei's face turned pale. This Little Beast King, how can he be so strong? Not only are his goo worms more outstanding than mine, his battle experience is also so rich. How did this person live? His methods are so experienced and ruthless. There is not even a shadow of a youngster. He is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he is so overbearing, with such strength. I can also be so unbridled. I am done for this time. I must retreat. Fang Yuan fought head-on. His attacks were swift and fierce, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains, or a flood dragon overturning the sea. Tyrant Hung Mei's chi and blood were in a mess, and he was gasping for breath. Most importantly, every time he injured Fang Yuan, he would become stronger at the same time. Now that he was fighting with Fang Yuan, he was almost unable to hold on any longer. If Fang Yuan became even stronger, that would be terrible. Every time Tyrant Hung Mei thought of this, his fighting spirit would decrease by a bit. As time went on, he did not dare to make a move. He clearly had the chance to injure Fang Yuan, but he would hesitate. Should I make a move or not? How could he fight well with such thoughts? Tyrant Hung Mei gradually felt his hands and feet bound, but Fang Yuan completely let go. His attacks were like waves crashing on the table, wave after wave, without end. Beast phantoms flashed in the air. Every time they collided, there would be a violent explosion. The continuous explosions caused everyone's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. What kind of fierce attacks are these? Even an older generation expert like Tyrant Hung Mei is not Fang Zheng's match. Fang Jing is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is able to suppress the middle stage tyrant Hung Mei. Little Beast King. Many people who were watching the battle in the dark started to ruminate over Fang Yuan's title. Who is the tyrant here? Meng Huang could not help but grit his teeth. He felt that Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable than tyrant Hung Mei. Tyrant Hung Mei, who was usually ferocious, now paled in comparison to Fang Jing. Fang Jing, don't go too far. Tyrant Hung Mei was beaten by Fang Yuan until he vomited blood. His chest, arms, and legs were all fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his intentions. After Bai Ningbing killed the rest of the tyrant members, she firmly restrained him. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed. The 6 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and descended from the sky, drowning tyrant Hung Mei. Boom. A loud sound was heard, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Tyrant Hung Mei's entire body was beaten into mincemeat. His internal organs and bones were scattered on the ground. Hiss! Countless gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 346. Tian-Ti Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also known as the Land of Inheritance, the Mountain of Sages. It was over 1,000,000 feet tall. The mountain was majestic and had an extremely grand aura. The mountain peak pierced through the sky, hidden in the snowy clouds. Strangely, there weren't many jagged rocks on this mountain. Huge square rocks were lying horizontally, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top, forming a flight of stairs. But the scale of this flight of stairs was so huge that there was an ancient legend in Central Continent that this mountain could reach the immortal realm, and was the bridge between heaven and earth. There were many moving, mysterious, tragic, or joyous stories surrounding Tian-Ti Mountain in history. Tian-Ti Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of Central Continent Gu masters. It was the place closest to the immortal court. Many Gu masters sought immortality in their entire lives, but failed. Before they died, they placed their graves here. Most of them had also set up their legacies here. There were countless inheritances hidden on Tian-Ti Mountain, but only fated people could obtain them. Every year, after the clouds covering Tian-Ti Mountain dissipated, a huge number of people would come to Tian-Ti Mountain. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be placed here. But this year was different from the past. This year, on Tian-Ti Mountain, Gu Immortal Blessed Land opened, attracting Gu Immortals. After discussing, they teamed up and surrounded this mountain, arranging for their sex juniors to compete. Right now, at the foot of Tian-Ti Mountain, an intense battle between youngsters was coming to an end. Tens of thousands of cranes flew together, coiling around Fang Jing. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxiang was panting. His clothes were tattered. He was heavily surrounded, his gaze fixed on Fang Jing. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card. I still have a trump card. Wei Wuxiang was at a disadvantage, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Under normal circumstances, he might have already admitted defeat. But at this scene, who knew how many elite Gu masters were watching attentively? Wei Wuxiang was not only representing himself, but also the heavens' envy manner behind him. At the same time, forget about the others, Fairy Bai Xia, whom he admired, was also watching. I can't lose. With such a thought, Wei Wuxiang activated a Gu worm in his aperture. He had been hiding this Gu all along. He did not use it even in the sect's important tests. Once this Gu was activated, it produced a colorless breeze that blew gently. A gentle breeze circled around his body, causing his clothes to flutter and the ends of his hair to flutter. But Fang Jing felt like he was facing a great enemy, because Master Tinshiru was already warning him. Not good. This kid actually has a wound wind Gu. Defend with all your strength. This Gu's wind seemed gentle and harmless, but it was actually extremely powerful. This Gu master, this is his trump card. This Gu master, this is his trump card. As the cold wind blew, Fang Jing completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Gu Tinshiru Gu of Gu of the Wind. 1-on-1 in Gu. Phone Gu 1 Gu Gu. The cold wind blew on Fang Jing's body, causing the protective light around his body to sway continuously. Cold sweat dripped down Fangjing's forehead. He gritted his teeth and instilled primeval essence into his defensive goo worms. The two were in a deadlock for a while. Finally, Wei Wuxiang sighed helplessly and stopped using the wound-wind goo. It was not that he did not want to fight, but his aperture was close to drying up. Goo masters all had one similarity. When their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Rank 1 to Rank 5 goo masters were restricted by their primeval essence. Only by transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of immortals, becoming a goo immortal, would they have an endless amount of primeval essence. I lost. Wei Wuxiang's gaze dimmed. He had calculated clearly. Right now, his primeval essence was exhausted, and he did not have any battle strength left. But Fangjing had been commanding the flying cranes. His primeval essence consumption was low. He definitely had a lot left. Brother Wei is indeed an elite disciple of Heaven's Envy Manor. Your methods are so unique and sharp. It has broadened my horizons and broadened my knowledge. My primeval essence has also been exhausted by you. Shall we consider this sparring a draw? Said Fangjing with a smile. What? Wei Wuxiang was shocked. What was Fangjing saying? He was the clearest about his own situation. How could there be a goo worm that consumed Fangjing's primeval essence? But Wei Wuxiang soon realized that Fangjing was lying. Fangjing is giving me a way out of this embarrassing situation. After understanding Fangjing's intention, Wei Wuxiang showed a complex expression. Disciples of large sects usually could not fight casually, because they not only represented themselves, but also the sect behind them. And with Fairy by Xia present, Wei Wuxiang could not afford to lose this battle. Since Fangjing raised the price, Wei Wuxiang hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and saying to Fangjing, Brother Fang is young and heroic. I really admire you. Crane Gate's foundation is truly deep to be able to teach someone like you. I have benefited greatly from this spar. Let's call it a draw like Brother Fang said. Wei Wuxiang said this on the surface, but in fact, he was secretly transmitting to Fangjing. Fangjing, I, Wei Wuxiang, will remember your leniency this time. I will definitely repay you in the future. But Fairy by Xia is my sweetheart. I will not give in this aspect. I will work hard to accumulate my strength and spar with you in the future. Fangjing smiled faintly and nodded on the surface, but he was having a headache inwardly. Wei Wuxiang secretly said, Fangjing, be careful. There are many people pursuing Fairy by Xia. I am not the only one. Even with your great battle prowess, there are still 4 great competitors. They are Celestial River Chen Dejiang, Purple Lightning Soaring Gu Ting, 9 Death Sorrowful Wind Tang Rookie, and the Tigress Zhao Shuyi. You and Fairy by Xia are so close. They will definitely find trouble with you. You better not lose. Fangjing's gaze couldn't help but flicker when he heard these 4 great names, feeling his head hurt even more. Meanwhile, Master Tinshiru laughed loudly in his heart. As expected, it was as Wei Wuxiang said. 3 days later, the people of Ancient Soul Sect came to Heaven Ladder Mountain. Their leader, Gu Ting, immediately came to challenge Fairy by Xia and Fangjing after learning of the matter. In order to avoid this unexpected calamity, Fangjing chose to avoid the battle. Gu Ting naturally wasn't willing to let the matter go. Every day, he would come to the cave that Fangjing was temporarily living in and challenge him. This happened every day for 7 days in a row. Gu Ting's words became more and more unpleasant. The other disciples of Crane Gate were indignant and came to challenge him, but were defeated by him one by one. Ancient Soul Sect's morale was greatly boosted. On the 8th day, they directly led the crowd to block Fangjing's cave entrance, constantly shouting and cursing. Fangjing, you coward. Why haven't you come out yet? Fangjing, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Obediently give up on interacting with Fairy by Xia, and Big Brother Gu Ting will be merciful and let you go. Crane Gate is only SOSO. To actually raise such a cowardly disciple like you. Once Crane Gate was involved, Fangjing, who was in the cave, immediately let out a sigh and could only helplessly walk out of the cave. He could endure other people cursing him, but once it involved the sect, the nature changed. As a disciple, he had to protect the sect. This was the value of Central Continent. If he did not protect it, when he returned to Feihe Mountain, he would be impeached and punished. Master Tinshiru made a loud noise in his heart. Ga. Fangjing, my disciple, do you understand now? My advice to you before was not wrong, was it? Blindly enduring will cause others to misunderstand that you are easy to bully. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, it will only attract more people who want to bully you. Fight. Defeat this Gu Ting. Make all the people of Ancient Soul Sect shut up. Your reputation will soar by a large margin. Sai, in Jianghu, one has no choice. I finally feel it. I can only fight. After experiencing this matter, Fangjing also had a clear understanding in his heart. Gu Ting, come, let us have a good fight. While Fangjing and Gu Ting were fighting, far away on Sancha Mountain in the southern border, a battle that everyone was paying attention to had already ended. The battlefield was a mess. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Rocks cracked, trees collapsed, and holes were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the battlefield, while his opponent this time, Fei Li, was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lord Fangjing, please be magnanimous and let me off. Fei Li kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, begging pitifully. He had rank 4 middle stage cultivation and was also a strength path Gu master. He was originally in high spirits, but now he was bathed in blood. His right arm was torn off by Fang Yuan, and both his legs were broken. He was in an extremely miserable state. Since you want to beg for mercy, then hand over your expend strength Gu first. I will consider whether to agree or not. Fang Yuan looked down at Fei Li, his eyes shining with cold light. Fei Li hesitated for a moment, but could only hand over expend strength Gu. This Gu was his vital Gu, his core Gu. It could make the enemy's every move waste more strength and increase the expenditure of strength. The expend strength Gu was handed over to Fang Yuan, losing his vital Gu and causing Fei Li to suffer heavy injuries, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan received the expend strength Gu, his gaze flashing. I have considered it. Expend strength Gu is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide. Ignoring his heavy injuries, he shouted, Lord Fangjing, this is my most precious Gu worm. Bam! Fang Yuan willed, and the beast phantom pounced down, turning Fei Li into a pile of bloody meat paste. Pauper! Fang Yuan looked at the unrecognizable corpse at his feet and sneered in disdain. Next, he shifted his gaze and looked around the battlefield. There were many spectators, but seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, they all subconsciously avoided it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. What? Sky Tiger Shui Sansi did not come? Go tell him. We are all Strength Path Gu Masters. 3 days later, I will pay him a visit and spar with him. Once he said this, many people went into an uproar. Little Beast King was too ferocious. He killed Tyrant Hong Mei a few days ago, and now he made Fei Li kneel and beg for mercy, but he still did not let him off, turning him into meat paste. Next, he still had to challenge Sky Tiger Shui Sansi. Chapter 347. What? Little Beast King wants to challenge me. Hearing this news, Shui Sansi was in disbelief. She thought to herself that she had no relationship with the black and white twin demons. She had not offended him and had not even met him. How could he find trouble with her for no reason? But soon, Shui Sansi investigated and found that this news was true. How can this be? What is this little Beast King's brain filled with? 3 Kings' inheritance is opening in a few days. He actually has the mood to challenge me? What did I do to provoke you? Why are you finding trouble with me? Shui Sansi felt helpless and angry. Don't tell me that just because we both cultivate in the way of strength, we have to decide who is better? Sigh. This lunatic. Shui Sansi thought about it, and finally defined Fang Yuan as a lunatic who could not be judged with common sense. Shui Sansi had heard of the name of the black and white twin demons a few months ago. As time passed, the reputation of these twin demons became more and more famous. They were publicly recognized as the recent rising stars of the demonic path. At first, Shui Sansi did not care too much. After Fang Yuan and Hu Mei'er had a conflict, she had even rejoiced in his misfortune. But now, she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white twin demons came to Sancha Mountain, Not only did they not restrain themselves, they even made a bigger commotion. Especially Little Beast King's unbridled viciousness, causing people to feel apprehensive. Tyrant Hong Mei of the 10 Tyrants had visited him out of goodwill, but was killed in the end. Fei Li had already begged for mercy, but Feng Yuan did not let him go and smashed him into minced meat. One had to know, these 2 rank 4 Gu Masters were middle-stage Gu Masters. Little Beast King, however, could kill the 2 with his initial stage cultivation. This kind of battle prowess really caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Xue Sanxi also had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She believed that her strength was not much different from Tyrant Hong Mei and Fei Li. Now that Feng Yuan wanted to challenge her, her heart was heavy and she was very apprehensive. There was even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Feng Jing is too fierce and unreasonable. He wants to step on the bodies of us seniors to build his reputation. Tyrant Hong Mei and Fei Li were both victims of his ambition, and now it's my turn. Xue Sanxi had also done such a frivolous thing when she was young, but at that time, she only killed those rank 3 Gu Masters. He was far from being as fierce as Feng Yuan, picking Gu Masters with higher cultivation levels to spar with. To be honest, Xue Sanxi didn't want to fight with a lunatic like Feng Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation to refine Gu recently. Feng Yuan challenged her in public. She had to accept this challenge. In Jianghu, one had no choice. If she, Xue Sanxi, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. Xue Sanxi had been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of the cruelty of this world. This was a world where survival was extremely difficult. In order to fight for that slim chance of survival, all living beings would kill each other. The kinder you appeared, the weaker you were. You would not obtain peace, but would instead land yourself in more danger, attracting more wolves. A demonic Gu Master who could reach Xue Sanxi's position would definitely have killed many people and offended many more. The world was like this. If you didn't kill so many people and offend so many people, how could you accumulate enough resources to build up strength? How could you have battle achievements to build up your reputation? To protect her reputation, Xue Sanxi quickly responded to Feng Yuan's challenge. Both sides agreed to battle, and the location was chosen in a wide valley. 3 days later, Xue Sanxi saw Feng Yuan for the first time. She was a little surprised. Feng Yuan was not as fierce as she had imagined, and instead looked rather delicate. There was no trace of arrogance, and his eyes were deep like a pool, appearing very calm. Flying Tiger, I have heard of you long ago. You offended the clan's higher-ups and were exiled. But you worked hard in secret. You took the risk to kill beast kings and used the goo worms you seized to arm yourself, finally becoming an expert step by step. Then you killed your way back and killed those elders who framed you. To be honest, I admire you a little. Feng Yuan spoke. These words were said very politely, but those who heard them were very surprised. Why did Feng Jing change his personality this time? Why is he speaking so gently? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Flying Tiger? But then again, although this Flying Tiger looks ordinary, she has a great figure and is indeed a beauty. Is Little Beast King such a person? He didn't even bother with who may err. This person is vicious and cold-blooded, very scary. These days, I have seen through him. Don't place any hope on him. While everyone was discussing, Xue Sanxi also responded to Feng Yuan. Well said, well said. Little Beast King, I have heard of your reputation as the Black and White Demons. Feng Yuan smiled. I cultivate Strength Path. You are also a Strength Path Gu Master. We can spar more and benefit each other. Earlier, I had sparred with Tyrant Hong Mei and Fei Li. These two were very good and benefited me greatly. But I am also a little tired of this kind of sparring. Why don't we change the way we spar this time? Xue Sanxi heard this and raised her brows. Oh, what good idea do you have? Let me hear it. Very simple. I will stand still and let you spar. After you finish, I will spar. This is much better. It will be straightforward and end quickly. How about this? Seeing that you are a woman, I will let you spar 3 times. After the 3 times, I will only spar once. Feng Yuan smiled. Spar like this? Xue Sanxi's eyes brightened, attracted by the content of Feng Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not move and allowed her to spar 3 times. This suggestion was too tempting. All right, then let's spar like this. Shui Sanxi thought for a while and agreed. Please. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, standing still as he extended his right palm. Shui Sanxi's eyes flashed with killing intent as she shouted, First move! Several goo worms in her aperture were activated at the same time. Her delicate hands suddenly glowed brightly and turned into 2 tiger claws. The tiger claws pierced through the air and struck Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a huge rock far away. Bam! With a loud sound, the huge rock shattered and the fragments flew everywhere. Good fight. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, standing up. His chest had caved in. At least 4 of his ribs were broken. Not only that, Fang Yuan also felt that his internal organs were injured and bleeding. Waves of intense pain came. Fang Yuan endured it. His nerves were severely tested. Shui Sanxi's expression changed slightly. Yes, Fang Zheng is a good schemer. The more injured he is, the more strength he can exert. In that case, should I be more forceful or more gentle? The harder she attacked, the more injured Fang Yuan was, and the more his battle strength would increase. If she went gentler, when it was his turn to attack, the pressure on her defense would be reduced by a lot. No, I will use all my strength to attack. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Shui Sanxi thought for a while and made up her mind. Second move. She shouted and activated her goo worm. Her body suddenly expanded by 2 times, turning into a giant. The hair on her body grew longer, turning into brown-yellow tiger hair. Her eyes turned into tiger eyes, and her teeth protruded out, forming sharp tiger fangs. On her forehead, there was also a wong pattern. Her strength had increased by more than 2-fold. When she arrived in front of Fang Yuan, a beast phantom appeared in the air behind her. A fierce tiger roared towards the sky with a ferocious aura. Its whole body was covered in brown-yellow tiger hair, and its body was extremely robust. What was most eye-catching was that it had a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger with wings. That was Biao. Tiger was the king of beasts. Biao was the flying tiger, the king of tigers. 3 dogs and 1 mastiff, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. Biao's strength was 5 times that of a fierce tiger. A Biao beast phantom could suppress 3 or 4 ordinary beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body. Shui Sanxi's original strength had more than doubled. Now, she unleashed a Biao's strength. Under this enormous strength, Fang Yuan was like a meteor, sent flying. He flew hundreds of steps before crashing into a mountain wall. Boom! The entire small valley shook intensely because of this. Mountain rocks collapsed, completely submerging Fang Yuan below. Such strength. Is Fang Zheng dead? No, not yet. His aura is still here. The stacked rocks were destroyed by someone from behind. Fang Yuan walked out. His arms were completely crippled. His iron bones were broken. The steel bars were turned into mush, and his copper skin was beyond recognition. With every step he took, the bones in his body could not bear the burden and were on the verge of collapsing. The current Fang Yuan could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms at the same time. However, all of these injuries were healing at a steady pace. Fang Yuan activated self-reliance goo. Its healing effect was extremely outstanding, completely surpassing flesh-bone goo. Third move. Shui Sanxi was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan more time to recover. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of her back. This pair of broad and strong wings were covered in orange-yellow feathers. With a light flap, Shui Sanxi's body flew into the sky. Shui Sanxi flew higher and higher, until she reached a height of over 3,000 feet, before she dove down. She had calculated carefully. This height was already her limit. If she went any higher, she would not be able to bear the force of the impact. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Shui Sanxi charged straight down towards Fang Yuan. Biao's phantom appeared again, but this time, Biao's phantom did not appear above her head, but directly enveloped her entire body. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a real soaring tiger. You will definitely die with this move. Shui Sanxi roared, Her killing intent was so sharp that it seemed to have materialized. She had to pay a huge price for activating Biao's phantom twice in a row. This was her strongest strength, her strongest attack. She was confident that she could completely kill Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked up at Shui Sanxi and activated Golden Shield Gu. Chapter 348. In Shui Sanxi's vision, the verdant valley was rapidly enlarging. The sound of the fierce wind whistled in her ears. On Shui Sanxi's unrecognizable face, a pair of tiger eyes stared intently at Feng Yuan on the ground, the corner of his mouth revealing a bloodthirsty smile. She could clearly see the scene of the little beast king being smashed into minced meat under her unprecedentedly fierce attack. He definitely won't be able to withstand such an impact. When she saw Feng Yuan activating the Golden Shield Gu and raising a bright golden defensive barrier, she could not help but sneer inwardly. What a joke! Rank 3 Golden Shield Gu? Humph, even if it is a rank 4 Golden Bell Shield, it will not be able to block my attack. The battle between rank 4 Gu masters was very intense. It was not something that rank 3 Gu worms could defend against. This time, I will teach you the consequences of being young and arrogant. Shui Sanxi's killing intent was overflowing. It's over. Fang Zheng is finished this time. Feeling Shui Sanxi's fierce attack, many people outside the valley shouted, "Very good. Little Beast King is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson." Many righteous Gu masters were also rejoicing in his misfortune. It seems Little Beast King still wants to rely on Golden Shield Gu to resist. How naive. No, maybe he'll use his Beast Power Phantom. The power of the 8 Great Beast Phantoms joint attack was not to be underestimated. However, if Ruguo were to make a move like this, he might not be able to fulfill the sparring agreement that they had just made. As long as he makes a move and breaks this agreement, it means that he has lost this competition. Many of the people present, whether they were from the righteous path or not, even the demonic Gu masters hoped that Feng Yuan would lose this round. These days, Feng Yuan was very active. It brought them a huge psychological pressure. No, there's still one more factor on the field. That's Bai Ningbing. So. A few figures suddenly landed at the entrance of the valley, faintly surrounding Bai Ningbing. These people had a tacit understanding and took measures together. If Bai Ningbing were to save Feng Yuan, they would stop her. This was what made the black and white double ghosts so terrifying. It was because these 2 rank 4 Gu masters were extremely close partners. Now that Bai Ningbing was restrained, the Little Beast King would be in danger. Once the Little Beast King falls, Bai Ningbing will be left alone. Thus, it was not as scary as before. Looking at Shui Sanxi in the sky, Feng Yuan's gaze was calm, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Shui Sanxi had yet to collide with his body, but the formless wind pressure she created was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. She engulfed him in an overwhelming manner. Displayed from the other side, the impending impact was enormous and violent. Biao's shadow shrouded Shui Sanxi, and the wings on her back kept flapping. Her speed was getting faster, and she was getting closer to the ground. Just as the collision was about to hit him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's eyes shined as he activated the Gu worms in his aperture. Horizontal Charge Gu. He swerved to the left and dashed out. Then he turned sideways. Vertical Crash Gu. Another 100 steps later. Little Beast King, you. Shui Sanxi saw Feng Yuan suddenly ran away. He was instantly enraged, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were about to split open. She tried her best to adjust herself, but her speed was too fast. Even after using all her strength to accelerate, she could only let Feng Yuan run out of the attack range of the Ziji. Seeing Feng Yuan's sudden retreat, the spectators had yet to react when a huge explosion resounded like thunder from a clear sky. Bam! Shui Sanxi fiercely crashed into the ground. In an instant, the spectators at the side of the valley could feel the rocks under their feet shaking. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and the impact created a violent wind pressure that spread to the surroundings. Wherever it went, rocks were swept away, and trees and flowers were uprooted. Smoke and dust billowed, and in an instant, The huge destructive power formed a circular pit with a diameter of more than 3 feet. Everyone was in shock, sighing at the huge impact force, when Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and charged into the dust and smoke. Horizontal charge Gu, vertical crash Gu. He used both Gu, ignoring the biting cold wind pressure and the pain from the broken rocks, and quickly approached flying tiger Shui Sansi. Shui Sansi's whole body fell into the deepest part of the huge crater, and the huge impact force caused her whole body to be covered in dust, looking extremely miserable. Her ears were buzzing, and her head was dizzy. Biao's fierce phantom had already dissipated. The incomparably powerful aura that burst out earlier was no longer there. Bitter strength Gu, all-out effort Gu. Fang Yuan arrived, his eyes shining with an ominous light. Howl, howl, howl. 8 beast roars resounded at the same time. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python. 8 beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head. Strength Chi Gu. Yellow gold primeval essence was injected into strength Chi Gu, and a formless and enormous strength was produced. The 8 beast phantoms attached to this strength Chi Gu and turned from phantom to solid, suddenly becoming vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan willed, and the 8 beast phantoms pounced into the deep crater together. Shui Sansi's body swayed, and just as she was about to pull her legs out of the ground, she suddenly heard beast roars above her head. She hurriedly raised her head to take a look, only to feel her vision darken. Countless attacks rained down on her body like a torrential storm. Bam, bam, bam. At the bottom of the huge crater, intense sounds of fighting could be heard. Shui Sansi struggled with all her might, resisting with all her might. She was after all a rank 4 Gu master, and had a deep foundation. But after half a cup of tea's time, the sounds of fighting stopped. Of the 8 beast phantoms, only 5 were left, and were immediately taken back by Fang Yuan. And Shui Sansi, as the loser, had a miserable ending. The whole bottom of the crater was filled with her dismembered corpse, and blood was scattered all over the ground, mixed with white bone fragments, brain matter, hair, and so on. As the dust settled, the whole battlefield became clear. Seeing this result, the spectators burst into an uproar. Flying Tiger is dead. Another rank 4 Gu master was killed by Little Beast King. Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Shui Sansi? He said not to move, but in the end, he actually left. This battle, it should be Little Beast King's failure. Because he violated the rules of the arranged battle. The valley was filled with clamor, and everyone was discussing with astonishment. Anger, they expressed intense anger and disdain towards Fang Yuan's shameless actions. Bai Ningbing chuckled coldly as he swept his gaze across the room. She had already expected such an outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap dug by Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? And she, Bai Ningbing, was the clearest person in this world. The Gu masters who had surrounded Bai Ningbing. Then, they all retreated at the same time. Fang Yuan listened to the countless Gu masters around the valley reprimanding and disdainful towards him. His hands were behind his back, and his face was calm as he squinted his eyes. There seemed to be a sense of enjoyment in it. From his point of view, the so-called integrity, it was only because he was afraid of being cheated, so he hoped and demanded other people's standards. Walking the demonic path, one had to be fearless and have no taboos. So what if he broke the agreement? So what if he didn't keep his promise? As long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. So what if others disdain and ridicule him? These powerless words could only show the helplessness of the weak. Could they touch even a hair on him? He. As for this Shui Sansi, she was really stupid. She was actually restrained by her reputation. She came to fight with him. Fang Yuan felt disdain towards this in his heart. Reputation is something to be used. It is only a tool. But in this world, there are many people who treat reputation as something more important than their lives. What a joke. Of course, I also played some tricks in this battle. Shui Sansi was different from Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li. She had a flying Gu, and as long as she sensed something was amiss, she could fly into the sky, and Fang Yuan could do nothing to her. Thus, from the start, Fang Yuan proposed the duel. His goal was to restrict Shui Sanxi's movement ability. The so-called 3 strikes. When Fang Yuan proposed it, he had never thought of complying with it. Shui San fell into Fang Yuan's trap step by step. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries tempted her to continue moving forward. After the second strike, Fang Yuan purposely healed his injuries in front of her. Shui Sanxi didn't want to see her efforts go to waste. She was anxious and didn't think too much about it. She flew into the sky and chose her strongest attack. But in the end, Fang Yuan instead borrowed her strength and deftly counterattacked, killing her. If it was a fair and square battle, Shui Sanxi could fly and would not be killed by Fang Yuan so easily. Little Beast King, you are really despicable and shameless. You broke the agreement. You are the loser of this battle. Among the spectators, many people were shouting and shouting, saying similar words. That's right. I admit defeat. So what? Fang Yuan sneered and replied loudly. His voice echoed in the valley. The originally noisy shouts suddenly quieted down. That's right. So what if he lost? Look at that Ing family. She had turned into a pool of blood and flesh. Even her parents would not be able to recognize their daughter. What was the meaning of this kind of victory or defeat? After realizing this point, the voices in the valley suddenly increased by an octave, becoming even more violent than before. Fang Yuan calmly admitted defeat, showing his shamelessness, thus arousing the indignation and anger in everyone's hearts. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. You guys are so crazy. Are you trying to take revenge for Shui Sanxi? I didn't expect her to be so popular. Come, come, come. All those who want to take revenge come down. I will take you all. The noise in the valley suddenly became softer, and soon, it became completely silent. Although Fang Yuan used some tricks to kill Shui Sanxi, but Shui Sanxi was a famous rank 4 middle stage expert. She would be exhausted if she did not use 3 strikes. She was also beaten into meat paste by Fang Yuan, displaying Fang Yuan's formidable battle strength once again. Fang Yuan used his rank 4 initial stage cultivation to defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row. With such strength, other than a limited number of people, who would not be fearful. Moreover, the more heavily injured Fang Yuan was, the stronger his battle strength was. Fang Yuan challenged them arrogantly, but no one stood up. Demonic Path people were wary and suspicious of each other. Almost all of them were lone rangers. No one stood up for Shui Sanxi. But among the righteous Path people, there were some who wanted to get rid of the demon Fang Yuan, but it was not good to do so now. For what? Because if they stood up, people would say that they were taking revenge for Shui Sanxi. Shui Sanxi was a demonic path person. Is there anyone who wants to take revenge for her? Is there anyone? Fang Yuan shouted a few more times. Countless spectators had gloomy expressions. Some looked at each other, but no one answered. If there is no one, then I am leaving. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, taking a few steps forward before stopping. I am really leaving. Still, no one spoke. Fang Yuan's domineering aura suppressed everyone present. His attitude was too arrogant, causing many rank 4 experts to feel indignant. Many people were tempted, but they endured in the end. Chapter 349. Brotherly, just do it. Hu Mei Er sat in Li Xian's embrace, acting coquettishly. Li Xian had a round nose and big eyes. His forehead was wide, and his face was emitting a layer of greasy light. He was short and fat, and right now, one of his thick and short hands was holding Hu Mei Er's soft waist, while the other was on her leg. Li Xian's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but he rarely fought. He made a living by doing business, and was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, with a wide network. Right now, he was hugging Hu Mei Er, smiling. Mei Er, your body seems to have no bones. Your skin is as delicate as jade. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become even more beautiful. Hu Mei Er rolled her eyes, saying in annoyance, Brotherly, I am talking about serious matters. That black and white twin demons offended me. I am already yours. You have to uphold justice for me. Yes, 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 Li Xian said perfunctorily, while his 10 fingers moved, roaming around Hu Mei Er's body. Hu Mei Er let out 2 soft gasps, her face blushing red. Together with her big watery eyes, it was extremely alluring, but her heart was clear as ice. She tried to persuade a few more times, but Xian only grunted and did not agree, instead taking advantage of her. Hu Mei'er pushed Xian away, standing on the ground with an aggrieved expression. Brotherly, you have to give me a definite answer. I am begging you like this. Don't you have pity on me? Io, my sweetheart, my little treasure. It is not that Brotherly doesn't want to do it, but that black and white twin demons are too troublesome. They are two middle-rank Gu masters, while I, Brotherly, am alone. Li Xian spread his arms, showing a helpless expression. Hu Mei'er snorted. All right, then I will lower my standards, and only ask to deal with that little beast king. This Fangzheng is the most hateful. That by Ningbing. Brotherly can ignore him for now. Is that so? Li Xian hesitated. Brotherly. Hu Mei'er saw that there was hope, and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, breathing into his ears. Li Xian immediately felt a ball of lust rising in his lower abdomen. His eyes became blurry. All right, Mei'er, since you asked for it, then Brotherly will help you vent your anger. But he changed the topic slightly. In a day or two, the Three Kings' inheritance will reopen. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this critical juncture. After the Three Kings' inheritance, Brotherly will come and teach that little beast king a lesson. What do you think? The Three Kings' inheritance was about to open. Everyone was watching. Hu Mei'er curled her lips. She did not say much to Li Xian's evasions. After the two of them were intimate for a while, Hu Mei'er bade farewell. Li Xian tried his best to persuade him to stay. However, Hu Mei'er's attitude was firm. In the end, Li Xian could only send her out of the cave. He stood at the entrance of the cave and stared at Hu Mei'er's back as she gradually disappeared into the forest. Humph, this little demoness. Li Xian returned to his cave residence, and the lecherous expression on his face disappeared. A cautious and gloomy look appeared on his face. You want to sow discord and use me as a spear to deal with Little Beast King? This little demoness really thinks she has great success in her enchantment path. Ridiculous. Li Xian's smile was very cold. I naturally have a way to deal with black and white demons. But when have I, Li Xian, done any unprofitable business? Hee. This little beast King Fangzheng is not simple. He looks boorish and rude, but his thoughts are meticulous. Before the Three Kings' inheritance opens, he challenged 3 demonic Gu masters. This is definitely a plan he had planned for a long time. Gu masters came from all over the world and gathered at Sancha Mountain. What was the reason? Wasn't it for the Three Kings' inheritance? Fang Yuan's arrogance did not bring him any trouble. These days, only he was finding trouble with others. Why? This was because everyone was staring at the inheritance of the Three Kings. They were all secretly preparing and working hard. Who would want to fight with this madman Little Beast King at this crucial moment and miss such a good opportunity? No one. This Little Beast King is making use of people's mentality and is fearless, establishing his reputation. 2 days later, the Three Kings' inheritance will open. Who would want to waste their effort to stop him from entering? Li Xian shook his head, already seeing the future. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Xue Sanxi, even he was afraid of Little Beast King. Previously, when Fang Yuan defeated Tyrant Hong Mei and Fei Li, Li Xian did not pay attention to it. But after Fang Yuan broke the agreement and killed Sky Tiger, Li Xian realized how troublesome Fang Yuan was. Why? Righteous path selection usually divided talents into 4 classes. First class were those with talent and virtue. Those with talent and moral character were the highest class, able to take charge of an area. Second class were those with virtue but no talent. Although they had no talent, they had moral character. Filial piety meant they would listen to their parents. Loyalty meant they would listen to their leader. Integrity meant they would not break the agreement. Using them would make people feel at ease. At least there would not be any big mistakes. Moreover, many talents were gained through experience. Third class were those with talent but no virtue. Although they had talent, they did not have moral character. If they had talent, they could be qualified for the position, but the higher-ups would not feel at ease using them, afraid of being betrayed one day. Fourth class were those with no talent and no virtue. No talent and no virtue. If they had no value, they would not feel at ease using them. In the demonic path, what was the most troublesome demonic path person? Fourth class were those with no talent and virtue. You had no talent, but you had to pay attention to virtue and live in ideals. Often, you would destroy yourself before anyone could destroy you. Third class were those with no talent and virtue. Although they had no talent, they did not have moral character either. At least they could do some lowly things to make a living. Second class were those with talent and virtue. With talent, they would be able to make a living. But at the same time, they still had moral character, filial piety, respect, loyalty, and other ropes that bound them. In the demonic path where everyone was deceiving each other, this kind of person was destined not to prosper. And the first class were those with talent but no virtue. Feng Yuan was such a person. He had talent. He was simply overflowing with talent. His aptitude was outstanding. Not everyone had an A-grade aptitude. Secondly, he had battle talent and could fight above his rank. Tyrant Heng Mei, Fei Li, and Xue Sanxi all had higher cultivation than him, but they all died tragically in his hands. This was enough to explain everything. Afterwards, he also had the ability to manage. In Shangclan City, he was doing very well. In just a few years, he had built up such a powerful set of goo worms. If such a person with such outstanding talent had moral character, Li Xian would not find it hard to deal with him. But Feng Yuan was a person without moral character. When he faced Humei Air, he left her in the lurch and did not care about her beauty. He was rude and unreasonable, killing people at the slightest provocation. It could be said that he had no regard for life. He killed Tyrant Heng Mei and the other two, turning his opponents into meat paste every time. It could be seen that he had a cruel and ruthless nature. He even lied to Xue Sanxi and broke the contract in front of everyone, feeling proud of himself. This was even more terrifying. This showed that he acted without any scruples. He had no bottom line. He could easily betray others without a trace of guilt in his heart. Li Xian deeply understood. For a person like Little Beast King, if he was placed in the righteous path, in a peaceful and stable environment, he would definitely be ostracized, suppressed, banished, and imprisoned by the people around him. But if he was placed in the unstable demonic path with cruel competition, he would be like a ferocious tiger entering a mountain, a flood dragon entering the sea. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would definitely have great accomplishments. If I had discovered such a person in advance, I would have definitely suppressed and killed him. But now, it is too late, too late. Li Xian sighed deeply in his heart. Feng Yuan had already grown up and had a companion helping him. Although Li Xian had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he was skilled in doing business and not in fighting. Of course, there were always capable people. On Sancha Mountain, there were also people who could kill Feng Yuan. They were Kong Ri Tian, Longqing Tian, and the other rank 5 Gu masters. But how could Li Xian command such peak-level characters? Moreover, these 4 people were in a subtle state of checks and balances. No one dared to act rashly. They were all staring at the 3 kings' inheritance. How could they put their thoughts elsewhere? This little demoness has bad intentions. She actually wants to instigate me, Li Xian. How is it possible to become enemies with such a troublesome demonic path character? Not only will I not offend him, I will instead establish a good cooperative relationship with him. Demonic path people prioritize benefits above all else. However, Little Beast King killed Xue Sanxi and also offended a character. Sky Tiger has a godfather, Century Boy, who is rank 4 upper stage. These days, Century Boy has been in closed cultivation refining goo. He will definitely appear when the inheritance opens. At that time, he is likely to find trouble with the black and white twin demons. I will secretly befriend Little Beast King, but on the surface, I will watch from the sidelines. I will quietly watch the fight between Century Boy and the black and white twin demons, then observe the result and wait for an opportunity to act. Regardless of the result, Li Xian would not suffer much loss. This was Li Xian, a great and scrupulous merchant of the demonic path. He was most proficient at taking advantage. Swish, 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 bright golden primeval essence waves, under Feng Yuan's control, washed the 4 walls of the aperture. Even on Sancha Mountain, he had always been diligently cultivating. His actual cultivation was only rank 4 initial stage. It was originally light gold primeval essence, but with 9 eyes liquor worm's refinement, the primeval essence's quality rose by a small realm, becoming bright gold primeval essence. Bright gold primeval essence was a huge help to him in battle. This was also one of the important reasons why he could consecutively defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts. These days, I have made a name for myself. There are definitely many people who are afraid of me, hate me, and are wary of me. But what does that matter? Hee, I am walking the demonic path. This is how it should be. Moreover, this is not Earth. An individual's strength is above an organization. The environment was different, the rules of the game were different. If it was on Earth, even if one walked the demonic path, they would still have to consider their moral character. Because on Earth, the difference in individual strength was not big. Only by gathering the masses could the people of the Devil Dao achieve great ambitions. In another 2 days, it will be the opening of the 3 Kings' inheritance. No one will find trouble with me. I should make use of this time to refine charging crash goo. Chapter 350. Back then, when Fang Yuan chose horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo as his movement goo, he had considered the situation when he was a rank 4 goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, they were the 2 main materials to refine charging crash goo. Using these 2 rank 3 goo as the main body, along with the goo master's primeval essence and some supplementary materials, he could refine charging crash goo. The process of refining charging crash goo was not difficult. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, and with his own recipe, the success rate was very high. 2 days later, Fang Yuan succeeded in the refinement and obtained a brand new charging crash goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo's charging distance was only 100 steps. The charging crash goo, however, increased this charging distance to 200 steps. At the same time, the time between activations was reduced to half. However, the expenditure of primeval essence had increased. Of course, this small disadvantage was nothing to Fang Yuan, who had 9 eyes liquor worm and heavenly essence treasure lotus. Looking at it, I already have 6 rank 4 goo in my hands. They are bitter strength goo, charging crash goo, yang goo of yin yang rotation goo, 9 eyes liquor worm, expend strength goo, and blood skull goo. The other all-out effort goo, strength chi goo, golden shield goo, and so on are all rank 3 goo. They are gradually not meeting my requirements. Most of the goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands were still rank 3. Fang Yuan was now rank 4 initial stage and had middle stage bright gold primeval essence. Thus these goo worms were gradually becoming unsuitable. Of course, it did not mean the higher the rank the better. Take bone flesh unity goo for example. It was only rank 3, but with such a rank, many goo masters could use it. This highlighted its value even more. But overall, goo worms and goo masters needed to coordinate their ranks, and it was best if they were the same to be able to use them easily. Fang Yuan calculated there were many goo worms he needed to raise. The first was all-out effort goo. The all-out effort goo he had was only rank 3. It could only activate rank 3 beast phantoms. To raise its rank, he needed to obtain undefeated 100 battles goo from the 3 Kings' inheritance. Let's put this aside for now. Strength chi goo was also rank 3, but Fang Yuan did not have the relevant recipe. He couldn't advance to the next step. Fang Yuan planned to refine the rank 3 golden shield goo to rank 4 and turn it into golden bell shield goo. The rank 3 Tusita flower used to store it could be upgraded to rank 4 Tusita lantern goo. Self-reliance goo was also rank 3. But he had already reached the peak. There was no related secret formula to improve it further. However, although it was rank 3, as long as Fang Yuan exerted his strength, its healing effect could rival that of a rank 4 healing goo. Similar to self-reliance goo, there was also bone flesh unity goo. The supplementary breath concealment goo was also rank 3. Although he could improve it further, Fang Yuan decided to put it aside. At the moment, he didn't need to conceal himself. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also rank 3. In Fang Yuan's hands, he already had the refinement recipe for the 4th revolution Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. However, he needed to obtain several spirit springs before he could fuse them. This was a huge project. Fang Yuan could only put it aside for now. Like this, all-out effort gu, golden shield gu, Tusita flower, heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fang Yuan only needed to refine these 4 gu. However, that was not the case. Fang Yuan had once used iron bone gu, steel tendon gu, and copper skin gu to modify his body. These gu were all rank 3 gu. The current defense was barely effective in a battle between rank 4 gu masters. Also, the 8 beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body did not originate from rank 4 strength gu. Thus, these things needed Fang Yuan to upgrade. The 8 beast phantoms on my body are all ordinary wild beasts. Only by replacing them with Biao strength phantoms, skeleton strength phantoms, and so on can I display the strongest battle strength of rank 4 gu masters. Fang Yuan was very interested in the Biao strength gu in Shui Sanxi's aperture. But Shui Sanxi was turned into a pile of minced meat by him, and her gu worms were also destroyed. Fang Yuan's fighting style was too ferocious. He would turn his enemies into meat paste at the slightest provocation. Although this was a characteristic of strength path gu masters, this method was too violent, and after a battle, it was hard to preserve any gu worms. Fang Yuan defeated 3 rank 4 demonic gu masters in a row, but only obtained 1 expend strength gu. And this expend strength gu was contributed by Fei Li after he surrendered. But to obtain gu worms, gu masters usually traded with each other, nurtured and captured, or fused and refined them. Very few gu masters could obtain gu worms from the spoils of war. One reason was that gu masters' methods were secretive and dangerous. Once a battle broke out, both sides would attack with full strength, and for their own safety, they would not hold back. This way, the gu worms would also be destroyed. Secondly, it was very easy for gu masters to destroy their own gu worms. With just a thought, they could make their gu worms self-destruct. To raise all these, there is still a long way to go. Fang Yuan sighed, walking out of the cave. Bai Ning Bing was already standing at the entrance, looking at the peak, waiting for him. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and also looked up. He saw that on the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain, there was a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was grand and majestic, supporting heaven and earth. 3 kings' inheritance opened. Relying on this inheritance, my set of strength path gu worms will be greatly perfected. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, but he did not restrain himself. Although his battle strength was outstanding, it was not his turn yet. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 silhouettes shot up from the north, south, east, and west respectively. They stopped in midair and confronted each other. Rank 4 peak stage aura was emitted without concealment. The one on the east side was Poison Path Gu Master Longqing Tian. He had long black hair, pale skin, and a pair of green pupils shone with eerie light, like 2 balls of cold flames. The one on the west side was Righteous Path Wu Clan's Elder Wu Shuntong. His name was mighty and domineering, but his body was thin, like a sickly scholar. His face was pale, and he coughed from time to time, as if he could not endure the mountain winds. The one on the south side was Demonic Path Expert Kong Ri Tian. He wore a flowery robe. He stood in the air, his lips curled into a smile, as pink butterflies danced around him. The one on the north side, it was Yi Clan's Elder Yi Chong. His whole body was covered in blue fish scales, forming into a suit of armor. His nose was protruding, his eyes were twice the size of a normal person's, and he had a head of fiery red messy hair. His whole body was covered in layers of muscles, and his body was short, but his physique was extremely majestic. On his back, there was a huge triangular fin, like the black fin on a shark's back. These 4 were currently the strongest Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. They were only a step away from rank 5. If they could advance to rank 5, they would be the monarch of the mortal world, ruling over one place and spreading their might everywhere. Their aura shrouded all directions. These 4 people, they had been facing off on Sancha Mountain for several months. During this period, they had also fought many times. But no one could do anything to the other, forming a chaotic battle. The righteous paths Wu Xintong and Yi Chong looked peaceful on the surface, but they were not united in private. Enkong Ri Tian and Longqing Tian would occasionally cooperate when the situation was bad. The four of them occupied the highest cave on Sancha Mountain and were the Gu masters closest to the inheritance entrance. The appearance of these four attracted the attention of all the Gu masters on the mountain. The inheritance was right in front of them. No matter who it was, they had to restrain their desire to attack. After a moment of stalemate, Kong Ri Tian chose King Bao inheritance, Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance, and Wu Shantong chose King Quan inheritance. The three inheritances were not interconnected, but there were four rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Only Yi Chong was left. After some hesitation, he finally chose King Bao inheritance. This way, King Bao inheritance has Kong Ri Tian and Yi Chong, 2 experts. Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance. We lost to him last time. We need to avoid it. Wu Shentong is an enslavement path Gu master. It is said that King Quan inheritance has already been opened to the middle stage by him. In this inheritance, he is like a fish in water and can display extraordinary battle strength. If we choose King Quan inheritance, we will only be able to drink his leftovers. While everyone was discussing, a group of Gu masters reached the peak. They were all rank for upper stage Gu masters. Some had strange appearances, some had fierce expressions, some had dignified appearances, and some were gloomy and cold. Among them was a boy wearing black clothes. Before leaving, he looked down the mountain and gave a deep glance at Fong Yuan. Humph, Century Boy. Fong Yuan squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Century Boy was also a strength path Gu master. Xue Sanxi recognized him as her godfather and could be said to be Flying Sky Tiger's backer. Fong Yuan killed Xue Sanxi and offended Century Boy. However, with the three kings' inheritance around the corner, Century Boy did not have the mood to settle the score with Fong Yuan. But once the inheritance closes, he will definitely find Fong Yuan to denounce him. Fong Yuan was not afraid of this. Instead, he was secretly looking forward to it. With his current battle strength, he was almost invincible among rank 4 initial stage, and could even defeat ordinary middle stage Gu masters. But rank 4 upper stage, they were evenly matched. Rank 4 peak stage, they were hard to defeat. But people like Kong Ri Tian would have to pay a disastrous price if they wanted to eliminate a person like Fong Yuan. When a Gu master's cultivation reached the later stages, the difference of 1 rank would become larger, and it would become increasingly difficult to challenge someone of a higher rank. Not to mention challenging a rank higher rank. Even someone like Fong Yuan, who had rich battle experience and an outstanding set of strength path Gu worms, could only cross 1 rank and kill a middle stage Gu master. Of course, if I can upgrade all my Gu worms to rank 4, I will definitely have the ability to defeat a higher stage Gu master. I might even be evenly matched with a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. 3 Kings Inheritance, here I come. Immediately, Fong Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu and charged towards the mountain peak. Rank 4 upper stage Gu masters had all entered the inheritance. The 3 inheritance light pillars that were the entrances had already shrunk by a lot. On Sancha Mountain, a group of rank 4 middle stage Gu masters were about to enter. Suddenly, they saw Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing rushing over. Their expressions changed and they opened up a path at the same time. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered King Quan inheritance together. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.